Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to welcome you to the day 2 of the annual fair symposium of the SCCI Agric and Agro-Ally Group. I'd like to urge that the day has started already. So I'd like to urge that we please move up into the hall. Remember that yesterday, the hall filled to the extent that we had almost half of the attendees, standing all around. Please, let's maximize the space today. For camera purposes, please, you need to move forward. If you are seated and you discover there is an empty space ahead of you on a seat, please move to that empty space. It means that space is actually for you. Let's do that before we officially begin today. Please just look straight to your front. If there's an empty seat, that seat is meant for you. Let me begin from the first row. This is the first row. If there are empty seats, our brother Honorable Rotimi Abiru, iwájú láyé yín wà. Ara wájú ni, yes. Yes. Yes, my brother that dressed like a doctor, please. Oh, you want to say there are no empty seats ahead of you, so. My sister, my brother with red cap, please let's move forward. My sister is engrossed with her phone. The sister beside the pole, yes. Please let's move forward, yes, you. Yes, my sister with red cap, please let's move forward also. So that when other people come, they pick their seat just after yours. All right. I also like to urge that for some of our exhibitors in their various booths, you will do us a favor by minimizing or reducing the volume. Sometimes I can hear some of you here. The booth, the first booth by my left-hand side, please, let's minimize discussions so that we don't have that interfering with what we are doing here. Today is the final day for this 2-day event. I'm happy to be part of it this year, and I'm also sure you are also joyous to be part of it also. On that note, we'd like to begin this day 2 with anthem. Our technical team, please, can we please be upstanding as we take the national anthem for the opening of day 2?
Try and tolerate but in brother and Lord we stand. My gentle and God, serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you so much. Please do have your seat. For those of us who are kind of new in our SCCI, it is our custom to do or begin all of our events with the national anthem, and we do usually render the first stanza of our national anthem as our opening prayer, and that begins officially all of our events. On that note, I'd like to welcome our dignitaries that are here this morning. Let me begin with the President and Chairman of Council of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Gabriel Idao, who is ably represented by his Deputy Engineer Leye Kupoluyi. Thank you so much, sir. The President was here throughout yesterday in person of the Deputy President. And you know, when you are a deputy representing your president, it's just a matter of time. Thank you so much, sir. I know by the time we are gathering like this next year, it will be now the president. Thank you, sir. We also have with us this morning the chairman of the Agric and Agro-Ally Group here at SCCI, my friend and brother, Mr. Tunde Banjoko. We're also privileged to have the deputy here today, the deputy chairperson, Agric Group, and chairman of the 2025 Planning Committee, Ms. Oluwadare. Thank you, ma'am. We have with us also this morning, immediately she came in, I said she needs no introduction, and you agree with me that she doesn't need introduction. Seeing her alone, she has introduced herself. Join us together for Dr. Olamide Alao Akala, the daughter of the former Oyo State governor, very dedicated man in his lifetime, very committed Nigerian. May God rest his soul. We also have with us, I'm told, that we have Mrs. Yemi. Okay, she'll be talking to us. She'll be speaking to us online, but we just need to give her due recognition. Mrs. Yemi Ironloye, she will be talking to us. Let's, please. I'm also told we have with us Mr. Ezekiel Solesi, CEO, Limp Simple. Is he here? Is he in now? Okay, it's outside. Okay. I think Mr. Ezekiel will join us pretty soon. That done, we have Mr. Oboli. He was here last year, and he did beautifully well. Please hands together for him. He'll be talking to us pretty much later. Thank you, sir. So we like to first take what we call the opening address by the Deputy Chair of the Agric Chairperson of the Planning Committee. She needs to welcome us to today's event. Please jam us together for Grace Oluwadare.
Morning once again. Good morning. I'm so happy to see your handsome and beautiful faces again. Thank you for making this event, and thank you for all those that came early. For those that were here yesterday, I believe we had a very solemn time, and today I promise you it's going to be a nice experience again. Thank you for coming and welcome. Dear esteemed guests, respected colleagues, and fellow members of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, good morning and welcome to day 2 of our annual symposium and fair, theme Changing the Narrative. It's a privilege to stand before you today as the vice chairman of the Agric and Allied Group of LCCI, and representing our collective aspirations and dedication to transforming the agricultural sector in Nigeria. As we gather in this space, we are not just participants in an event, we are pioneers of change. The theme, Changing the Narrative, serves as a reminder that our industry is at a pivotal moment, and we face challenges that require innovative thinking and collective action. The agricultural landscape is evolving rapidly, influenced by technological advancement, shifting the customer demands and the pressing need for sustainability. Today, we explore various facets of this transformation, from leveraging technology for improved yield and efficiency to embracing sustainable practices that protect our environment. Each section is designed to equip us with insights and tools to reshape our industry. We have a remarkable lineup of speakers and panelists who are leaders in their field, ready to share their knowledge and experiences. Moreover, this symposium is not only about listening and learning, it's about engaging with one another. I encourage you to ask questions, share your insights, connect with your peers, and collectively, we have to overcome the obstacle we face. Together, we can create a robust ecosystem that supports our farmers, enhance food security, and drive economic growth. As we embark on today's journey, let us keep in mind that the untapped potentials of our agricultural sector, and by changing the narrative, we can inspire a new generation of agripreneurs, foster innovation, and position ourselves as a leading force in the global agricultural market. Thank you for your commitment to this vital sector, and I look forward to a day filled with inspiration, ideas, and meaningful discussions. Let's make this opportunity let's take advantage of this opportunity and change the narrative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for, when I say Madam Chair, I know your chairman is not afraid, is prepared. Just as we have the deputy, we have the president. So Madam Chair will become chair, God willing, one day. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy. All right. Before we hear from our father, the president of the chamber, we'd like to just have our brother drop his goodwill. I'm told he's billed for a flight or somewhere very soon. So put your hands together for the founder and CEO of Soilless Farm, Mr. Samson Ogoli, for his welcome, for his goodwill message. He was one of our speakers last year, and he did beautifully well. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I didn't get to speak. Thank you so much, the chairman, deputy chair. Good morning, man. Thank you. So just two quick thoughts I would share before I run. While looking at the stage, I saw LCCI since 1888. And I did a quick calculation, that's 137 years. And the question that flipped through my mind is, do we have any Nigeria-owned company that is that old? That is a farm-based company that is this old, owned by Nigerians? The answer is no. So as farmers, we need to start thinking intergenerational. It is not enough to do well. We must pass on what we are doing well. What we have done so well in Nigeria is to pass on a great name, not a platform. A great name is, oh, I was great in my lifetime, my child can use the name. But you are not giving that child the benefit of a platform to run on. So as farmers, it is not enough to do something great. Create a system that can be transferred. There is, what is it called family governance system. I was studying the Ford Foundation, what is the name? Ford Foundation and some of all these big guys, and I realized there is something they call family governance system that allows them ensure that from the very beginning when the company started, they have figured out how to ensure that what they are building is not for them, but for generations to generations unborn. This is one thing we must work on. Number two, sorry, I'm taking too much time. Number two, the world is becoming smaller because of globalization. And as the world gets smaller, I was having a conversation, I was opportunity to discuss a few minutes ago with Daddy Adebayo, welcome back, sir, who is going to have the second Sorbitol company in Africa from cassava. Welcome back, sir. Daddy didn't want me to say that. And while we are discussing, Daddy said, oh, what was your biggest takeaway in Senegal? And I was saying there was no Nigerian presence. And if we are going to be present globally to play, I think just last week, or was it this week, in one of the southwestern states, it was celebrated that a Chinese company is coming to invest $700 million. Now, what we are not understanding is the man that is bringing $700 million is not about growing your economy, but about growing their economy. We are just a space for production. They are the space for the real commercialization. And if we are going to compete globally, three things we need to work on. Number one is sustainability. You do not burn your house because you want to cook. We cannot destroy Nigeria because we want to produce. We must think how to produce sustainably to ensure that the land remains as an inheritance for the generation. Number two is traceability. Traceability is not just a fad word that is used globally. They want to know where this produce is coming from. How can we trace it? What did you use? What did you add? What did you put into it? Documentation. It is not enough to have the whole thing that happened on your farm upstairs. We need to write it down and make it traceable. Finally, fair trade. When Deputy Chair was speaking, I wrote something she said down that I picked. She said, collective and innovative thinking, which means we must get beyond that point where it is about Samson alone wants to do this thing. It must get to the point where we start thinking collectively. But collaboration will not work without fairness. We must be fair to everybody we collaborate with. That you have access to the market does not mean you have to rip off others that do not have access to the market. We must create an ecosystem where everybody gets to win. As we continue in our deliberation, I wish us the very best to the organizers. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Samson. I had expected us to clap more than that for Samson, really. You know, I'm challenged. I'm usually happy when I see, you know, people just speak from their mind. I mean, no glue to a note, and you begin to, And I belong to that generation where, people are intelligently smart, that just speak from their mind and they make sense. Samson has just done that in less than 5 minutes. Please, let's put down together for Samson once again. So we will, I know our father has something to tell us today, being the second day. So let's welcome the president and chairman of council of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry by his representative, Engineer Leye Kupoluyi.
Thank you, Sunday. Yeah, I'm one of those generations that we always have something to read. And it is Sunday that I always write the thing that I always read. Yeah, thank you. I was asking our chairman, that is Mr. Ogboli, who has just given us, where is he? Ah, he ran away. I wanted to ask him, is he a member of the chamber? I was told he's not. He's not yet. If this organization has been on since 1888, and we are 137 years old, what it means is that over the many, many years, they'll be catching them young. If they have made it for those generation of 1888, we will not be here today. I wanted to challenge Ogboli and people like him that are in this hall who are not member of the chamber to please join the chamber. We have so many very, very easy, no barrier of entry. We have young people group, people that speak your Gen Z group. We have the ICT group and the farmer group now. Our lady, our deputy that just left, I was asking her, I said, women are the best farmer. She never asked me why. When I was growing up, we have a lot of farmers in my village. Men will always grow one single crop. Women will go to the same farm and grow multiple crops. Most young farmers, men, will only grow yam. Women will grow tomato, pepper, vegetable, onion, and things that make the life tick. Therefore, farming is really a woman affair, really. Men just go to the wilderness, clear the wilderness, and make it a farm for women to strive. I was asking our chairman, which he has promised me, that by next year, we will make the same thing like Agric Summit, not just for those of us that are here. We want to extend it to the whole Southwest and make it more involving, including government around the same region. Therefore, next year, prepare for a bigger, because I want to make that commitment openly so that there won't be any go back. But more importantly, we know there's no substitute to agriculture. Agriculture is the only sustenance that we have. Everyone are crying that the economy is bad. Most of us are spending 70% of our little income on food. That is the truth. More than 70% of our own little income on food. Farmers can still make the same money if they make it available for more people to buy. And I think we just need to look into that. How do we make food accessible to our people without we not to running bankrupt? And that is the reason why we want to bring those people that need to do their part, which is government, those people that need to invest, our bank, that are doing portfolio investment, and those people that have the knowledge, especially our research institution. I was asking you yesterday how some of those research institutions are doing, but I think we can make them to do more. And for our people to know the difference between high yield and GMO. And I think many of us are confusing these two. We are interested in high yield and not just GMO. GMO, just as you put yesterday, is less than 0.00% of what we have in Nigeria. Let us concentrate on high yield. And I think for this year, our takeaway is that how do we make life more abundant for our people? I wish you very fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm happy that the president actually exposed me that even though we belong to the group that read without, that speaks without reading, then he said, I am the one that is writing what he reads. I mean, so I cannot complain anymore. Thank you so much, Mr. President. That chart. So we'll go in what we have today. Today seems to be very loaded, but I promise if we'll keep to time and work within the schedule arrangement, we will be here out on time. So we'll take the first presentation or the fourth speaker who will be talking to us on positioning and scaling your business. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ezekiel Solesi, CEO Limp Simple. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm waiting for my slides to be ready. If you are in this room, this is right now in Nigeria as we speak. This is one of the hottest industries to be in right now. No, it's not a compliment, it's a fact. Most people don't know that the agricultural industry is ahead of oil and gas now. How many of us know that? Yeah. 25% of the nation's GDP right now. In fact, oil and gas is somewhere around third now. So you have Agric, you have services, you have, in fact, real, then oil and gas, and then technology, you know, and I'm sorry, technology is in services, you know, and by the way, right now, the Agric industry employs about 70% of Nigeria's workforce, right? So you are in the right place. And the factor will determine whether you build a big business or not is in your favor, which is population. We have 220 million people now. We would have about 400 million people by 2050. We would have 736 million people by 2100. We'll be the second largest country in the world. And you know, I was talking to somebody yesterday. I said, I was talking to a lady, she was at my office. She sells fish, frozen fish, right? They do 8 billion naira worth of frozen fish every year. You know, so I was talking to her as they were in my office with our management team, and I told him, I said, look, as the population grows, the one thing you know, we haven't developed the app that would excuse us from eating. Maybe, again, we never know what's going to happen in the world. Maybe you just go online and download and you don't need to eat. You just be moving. But as long as that thing doesn't exist yet, when people wake up in the morning, as much as they possibly can, they'll need to eat something, right? And once that is the case, it means we have a business. So what I want to do today is to help us figure out how we can build a big business. But I'll start with a story. So in 2011 to 2013, I was doing this series of conferences in Transcomputing in Abuja. And so I got invited by the presidency to a meeting. It was at Houghton Suit. And in that meeting, there were some guys from the US. Their job was that they help people raise funds. But it was a very unique kind of meeting, right? They only raised, the minimum money that they raised was $100 million to $2 billion. But they only did about $2 billion for states. So a state wants a project and the likes. Now, very funny, you don't even have to pay them. They'll come, they will sort out everything. They would make money when you get your money. They make a percentage of it. So this lady was giving us all this presentation and talking about all these things, and she's calling all this big money. And I remember I'm sitting in the room, and one of the people in the room in the Agric sector, he just stood up and he said that all these things people are talking about is just scattering my head. I don't need all this money you are talking. I just need $14 million. $40 million, my life would change. And then that woman said something that I would never forget in my life. She looks at the man dead in the face and she says, I'm sorry, we cannot help you. Your dreams are too small. And that's never left me. Share with you today 3 reasons why most people never build big businesses. All right? And I will give you my suggestion on them. And I hope that when we leave this place, every one of us in this room would figure out how to build a bigger business. Because the only thing that we need in this country is for every one of us in this room to find a way to build a bigger business. I'm telling you, right? Or even I think that the answer to our politics is better businesses. Because if more people earn better, then we can have policy conversations. If somebody hasn't eaten, he doesn't know what the policy is saying. And he doesn't care. What's the policy on gender? It's food that is the policy, right? So I'm going to, if you are registered for this program, I'm going to also send you this slide, so that shouldn't be a problem, so that you don't have to write what's on the slides. You can always, you get it yourself. So this is just a bit about us. I'm a member of the Forbes Council. I've been fortunate to work with a number of businesses, about 5,000 of them to date. We have 54 of our clients that do over $1 billion a year. Most of them weren't doing $1 billion a year. In fact, we have about, in our community now, about 4 businesses in the Agric sector that are grossing over. One of them closed last year about 16 billion, another one at 10. One of them is in palm oil. One of them owns a resort, a farm resort, and the like. So we've been fortunate to have worked with some really good company. So my presentation today is about reasons why your businesses never scale. And the first one, I'll just list the 3 out and then we'll go into finish them up in 30 minutes. So the first is your goals are too small. Remember what that lady said to that man? Your goals are too small. The second is that we want growth, but there's no real reason why we want it. And the third is when we then want the growth, we are applying what I call wishful thinking strategy. Have you ever heard somebody say, you know what? I just wish that God can just try me with 2 billion. Have you heard that before? Or somebody just say, imagine I'm just going home, I just see 100 million on the floor. Right? Exactly. That's how most of us are. So the first of them is goals being too small. Now, in this, how many of us here have like a writing pad or something you can write with? Because I want us to do a quick test. Because when we talk about how big should your business be, I don't want it to just be guesswork. I want you to do a calculation, right? And that calculation is very simple, and it's something you probably already know, but it's something you've not become aware of. And here's the problem: this calculation will take you about 10 minutes, but the problem is most of us will not finish it because somewhere in between, some people will have high blood pressure, stroke, something. But I can guarantee you that if you go through this activity that I'm going to show you now, and you finish it, and you get through to the end, even if you hear nothing else again this year, you'll make more money. I can guarantee you that. So what I need from you now is a commitment that you will do it. So who's going to do it? Raise up your hands. Good. Who's going to do it? Say yes. Now, as I go through every stage, I'll be asking you to say yes. In case your neighbor isn't talking, help me check if they are still alive, if everything is still okay with them. Right? Good. So what I want to do is help you define success scientifically. And I want to start with you. I want to see first whether your business can even afford you. And then once we figure that your business can afford you, then we then ask you perhaps what would be the most important question here today. Because wealth is not measured in numbers, it's measured in time. If I have 100 million and I have no money coming in and I spend 10 million a month on my business, in 10 months I'll be in trouble. True or true? You don't need a soothsayer, So the reason why businesses should be profitable is not because the entrepreneur needs to flex, it's because every profit earned secures a future that the business would have. That's what profits do. Profits secure the future, right? If you have money and you have to change business, you can buy into a different business. If you have money and for God forbid 2020 happens all over again and for 4 months nobody can do anything, you can pay your bills. But the first question I want to check is, how much does it cost you in this room to go through a whole month? How much does it cost you in this room? So I want us to check how much we spend every month. Now, I know you think you know it, but I just need you to trust me for 7 minutes and we'll figure it out together. Can we do that? So see this next slide. Don't write anything on the slide. I would explain every single thing. So I need you to get out your notepad or a notepad on your phone. So the first thing I want you to write is rent. Now, if you live in Nigeria, majority of us pay rent annually, isn't it? But I want you to take that annual number and I want you to divide it by 12. So that tells you how much it is. Because again, we calculate our income on a monthly basis. So what I want to try and do is to harmonize your expenses to monthly basis. So that when you wake up in the morning, you know how much money you need to make, right? Good. So if your rent is, let's say, 600,000, that would be like 50,000, not 600, right? If your rent is 2 million, that'd be like 130, 140 something thousand or thereabouts. So I want you to write rent and write the amount that you're spending on rent. Please write it. How many of us are done with rent? Say yes. Some people are already having stroke. All right, we just started. So write it down. I would know that you did it by the end. It's going to be this is the most important activity that some of us would have done in our entire life. Just follow me. The next is transportation. So most of us here have your own cars, right? So you drive, and if you drive in Lagos or anywhere else, you buy fuel maybe on a weekly basis. So whatever that amount of fuel is, you multiply it by 4 because it's like weekly basis, once a week. Now, if you don't have a car, like some of us don't, you probably take a bus every day. There's an average budget for your bus, maybe 1,000, maybe 1,500. Multiply that by 30. That tells you how much you spend on fuel every single day, right? So I want you to do that. Do fuel. Of course, under transportation too, since we're talking about fuel, I'd like you to calculate how much you spend on fueling your generator in your house, right? It's a fact. It's a huge fact. Most of us here have generators in our houses. We buy diesel or fuel. Or it's been a long. Nigeria has improved though. There was a time people used to use kerosene. It's been a long time I heard of kerosene. So next is utilities. Utilities are the typical things you spend money from in your house. So most of us here have light bill, right? We pay for light, so you write it down. Most of us here live in an environment, maybe in an estate where you pay for estate due, or you pay service charge, or you pay security bill, or Olode bill, OPC bill, depending on where you stay. We know all those things. Next, some of us here have some form of TV payments, Netflix, cable TV, maybe Star Times, maybe DSTV, whatever it is that you spend money on. What are we looking for? We're looking for where all your money goes. Some of us think that the devil is the one collecting your money. I've seen a lot of people say, there's no car anywhere. You and Kankan are collaborating. But in Nigeria, we're very quick to say the devil is on something. Somebody collected his salary, went to drink ice cream. On the middle of the month, he said devil is on his case. Where was the devil when he was drinking the ice cream? Right? Next is feeding cost. So feeding cost is not food stuff in your house. No. Feeding cost only applies to some of us who don't work from home. So there's somewhere close to your office. You know that place to buy something. You know the place. It's in one corner like this. It's like 2,000 or 500 every day. But you know that you must register your face there almost 3 times a week. Now, for those of us that work from home, or you are lucky to take food to work every day, because some of us are not that lucky. This does not apply to you, right? So when you figure that one out, the next is, so groceries is where the food stuff, toilet is your house budget. So for most of us that are married, if you are, and you have children, maybe the largest or second largest budget of your household, maybe aside from rent and school fees. This is usually a very large budget. So, write that down. How many of us are still with me? Most of us have stopped. People have given up. See, let me tell you the problem. If you give up and you don't finish, you won't be able to sleep this night. I'm telling you, you won't be able to sleep. You'll be thinking about it. You'll see me in your dream. Right? So when you do groceries, then the next is school fees. So school fees is a little tricky because school fees don't always show up at the same time, right? So I need you to add all 3 terms together, term 1, term 2, term 3, and that gives you the total, right? And then you then divide that by 12. That tells you how much school fees is due every month. And of course, you do that for every child, right? There's no buy one, get one free school in Nigeria yet. And then some of us, your children are already out of school. The Lord has delivered you. Some of you, your children have not come. The Lord will soon deliver you into parenthood, right? Then you have personal expense. Personal expense is a small amount that you spend on yourself. It's usually not a lot of money. Most entrepreneurs don't spend a lot of money on themselves, except if they're the party type and they go to parties a lot. Like someone like me, I don't go to parties. I very rarely do. If anybody has seen me online, this is not usually how I dress. I have a uniform that I wear every single time. I have 4 native, 2 black, 2 white. Yeah, if you invite me to anything in this world, those are my options. So I remember my mom, and this is we lost our grandpa at like 90 something years old. And my mom was like, I said, Mom, see my white native, I have one normal white native and the other one has agbada. So I said, Mom, I have a no Ashwebi policy. So do you want the normal white or other white? Which one should I come in? So, trying to save more money. So next is childcare expense. How much you spend on your child that is not school fees. Piano lesson, football. I and my wife, we had a goal. We wanted our child to do football. All these things. Football money, £100,000 per week. Project Mbappe. They said we should buy boots. We bought. We paid for everything. We now took my son to football academy because it's the first day both of us say we want to be there when he starts his career so that we can say we are there. So we have bought everything. So I started playing. When they passed the ball to him, the way he hit the ball, me and his mother got a revelation. We looked at each other and we just said to ourselves, this boy cannot make it. So I told the coach, I said, Coach, just put him in the post, maybe as a keeper. We don't know. Keeper, their money is not much, but at least have bread. They score, shake. And I told his mother, I said, look, it's like this football team will not work. Let's do tech. Because if you cannot collect Mbappe money, maybe you can raise Zuckerberg money. That one too. Because if my son is earning £2 million per week, what am I doing here? If you want to give up, give up. There's no motivation. Go home. I'm an investor. I'm not, so that's childcare. Next is communication. How much you spend on airtime and data. It's a lot of money these days because, it's become a primary way of communicating, right? And next is giving. I know most of us think our giving is random, but it's really not random. If you think about it well, there's a system to how there are some specific people that you give to. Some of us give to our parents. Some of us, we have like 2 or 3 friends. They must register you're in their supplementary budget. You don't know, but by the 15th of this month, you know. Because they will always collect 150,000 that they will never return. All right? And then lastly is other expenses. Anything that I haven't mentioned. You have a driver, you have a cook, anything. Just once you're done, I'm going to give you 1 minute to just add it up. Because remember, what we're looking for is the monthly numbers, right? When you add it up, I want you to look at those numbers, and then I have one question to ask you. Are we done adding it up? People are adding. That's why it's quiet now. Some people are going to go home and have a serious meeting with their husbands and wives. You should realize how God is good, have you? Good. Now, You see that number that you have written down? As much as it seems, the reality is that it's a conservative estimate of what you spend on a monthly basis. The reason why you don't see it is because they don't show up at the same time. They show up at different times, right? Your rent shows up once a year. Something shows up daily, some things. But let's even assume your business can pay you. If you want to build a big business, your target, and this has been a significant determinant of growth in the businesses we've worked with, your target must be, how big does my business need to get for me to pay 20 people that work for me that amount of money I just wrote down? You see, because if anybody works for you, they want what you have, at the very least. And the reason why businesses in Nigeria don't grow big is because when we think about our future, we only see ourselves in that future. The things that we're going to achieve for ourselves, right? I remember being for a meeting, one of our clients lives in the Ikoyi, high-rise building. So I get to the house and like 5 floors, right? So I get to the house, I'm talking to the CEO. Their business had done 3.6 billion that year. Amazing business, right? It's in the medical space. So, and then I asked her, I said, who are your neighbors? So she was explaining. So she had 10 neighbors. She had 9 neighbors. About 6 of them were working for some other company, Exxon and all that. About 4 of them were entrepreneurs. So as we then went through, we did this activity. And so I asked her a question. I said that, what would it take for you to have one of your staff living in a place like this? So her first reaction was, it's impossible for you to live in a place like this if you don't own your own business. I said, but that's not true. You just told me now that 6 of your neighbors work for somebody else. I said, there are only 2 reasons why they're in this room, in this block with you. Number 1, they are incredibly valuable. It's not everybody that works in that company that will put in a house like that. So that person has worked on themselves. I said, number 2, the organization can afford it. I said, so if somebody that works for you right now says to themselves, I will be extremely valuable to this company, do you have a dream big enough to be able to move such a person to a place like this? I said, because if you don't, the people that says to themselves they'll be extremely valuable, they'll leave. Because at some point they would look at your life and look at their lives and look at the skill that they have and say, look, if I keep going, I can't get to where I'm going to. And they will go to Exxon or go to Chevron or go to any of those places. And all those businesses started as small businesses. That year, that business ended the year at 17.4 billion with 3 international offices and Nigerians living in those places as expatriates. The business closed out at 60 billion naira last year. Just on that philosophy, start to think that, see this thing I'm doing, let it, because if you only build for yourself, it doesn't take much to be successful. In Nigeria, we're so poor. There's a certain amount you have, you can never be a normal Nigeria again. That's the truth. But for you to be able to exceed that and become more wealthy your business has to become a platform for other people to build their own wealth. Or else you can't get anything done. So that's the first. Many of us are building our dreams, our goals are too small because we are only thinking about ourselves. So stop thinking of just yourself. Think about the people that work for you, right? Grow your business big enough to represent the dreams of your staff. Let the people that work for you, let the size of your business accommodate the size of their dreams. If somebody wants something, let them be able to find it inside your business. Progressively. The second is most people want growth, but they don't want a reason for it. So I asked the lady, she runs a dental business, and I said, look, what do you want to, what do you want to achieve this year? She said she wanted to do 500 million. I said, okay, that's fine. I said, so what's the margin? So she said they operate at about 40% margin. All right. So that means that if she hits 500 million plus or minus, it's usually not accurate, she would have about 200 million in profits. So I said, okay, good. So I now asked her, I said, do you have a project that requires 200 million? She said, no. I said, then you will not get it. That's the truth. You see, some of us want money just for money's sake, so that we are sitting down in our account breathing. But have you noticed that it has never happened to you? You see, the richest people you know they don't have plenty money in their account. Though. Every time money shows up in your account, it's going somewhere. Have you noticed? Let's say 200 million in your account like this. You'll be happy for 5 minutes because 5 minutes later, you already know where it's going. So if you don't have a need for money, it's not coming. So when people say, I want to become this successful, my question is, why? What project are you pursuing? Because you see, successful people, and I learned this from one of my mentors. She said, look, she learned to never really achieve her goals. She said, anytime she's getting close to her goals, she takes a personal retreat and she recalibrates for a new goal. Because she said she achieved that goal one time, and it was the biggest goal in her life. And she woke up 6 years later to realize that she hadn't moved. You know, she just let me just rest. 6 years. So she decided that when she gets dangerously, once her goal is within reach, she goes somewhere, sits down and say, what's next? Because if you don't do that, what will happen is that you will stunt your own growth. So to grow properly, you must, everything that is coming into your account, into your business, you must have an expansion plan that can take it. You must. If you don't, you won't see the growth. So if you want to buy a house, okay, good. Go and put a down payment for that house. Have you not noticed that when you owe bank money, it's as if you make more money? Have you noticed? You know why? Because somebody is chasing you. You know, this is how human being is. Imagine that today is 4th of September. Let's assume that my target to this month is to make 100 million. And this is the 4th of September. I've already made 90 million. Do you know what will happen to me for the rest of the month? I'll be complacent. Somebody will call me at 10 o'clock. I'll be like, don't they understand work-life balance? Why are they calling at this time? Don't they? But the same me, I have a goal of 100 million. It's 29th of September. I've only done 5 million. Now, somebody that is supposed to give me 80 million or 100 million worth of business, call me at 11 o'clock. I will pick it officially. Good evening, sir. How are you doing today? My name is Agric. I'm very official. It's the same me. The difference is the distance between me and my goal. So when people arrive, they settle. So never arrive. Always find a reason. And I found out that if you find the most successful people in the world, they're always moving from one problem to the other. I mean, tell you, if you find any major successful person you know, they are either coming out of a problem or they are entering into another problem. And because, you know, the reason why I'm saying this is that a lot of us have an idea of success that is a life without problem. Do you understand? That there's a future in which, you just be, everything will just be all right. Now, for those of us that are Christians, in the Bible, the only guy that got there, he didn't even really get there. He got there in his mind. He died that night. So, the people that you think are very successful, if you see their problem, problem is a reflection of your size. So there's not going to be a future in which you will not have the problem. Just choose your problem. So I tell you, you always have problem. Just choose it. Choose your problem. That's because if you allow problem to choose you, it's bad. And I got this ideology from, in the Bible, there was one guy, his name is David. They said that season, everybody decided that the problem they want to go and face is in the war front. He sat down in his own house. The problem that found him in his house, it didn't come out. So in life, it's always better to go and choose your problem. There's a sense in which if you choose a problem, the devil will leave you alone because you know that he has allocation for that problem for you already. Say, this one is owing bank 100 million. Okay. That means sickness, just give him space. Let the allocation of a bank loan be chasing him. You understand? I'm telling you that there's always the idea of trying to move. Because if you don't do that, and I'm particular about, the reason why I decided to do this today is because the mindset I get from a lot of people who come into Agric is that they are looking for an industry that they can relax. Have you noticed? Now, a lot of people that it's when they enter that they will know that there's no relaxation. But a lot of people that if they want to enter, they say, I just want a farm, with egg. I'll just have it. I'll just relax, so that I don't want all these problems people are facing. Retirement plan, when they don't want to struggle again. That's not how to succeed. Enter it, know that there's problem. You have 10,000 bird flu will come, they will all die. And you owe bank money. Do you understand? And now you have to figure it out. It happens in life. Maybe somebody open refinery, they say it will not sell. He carry fuel. He was hawking the fuel all over the country. My fuel is better. If that season, if you gather 2 people here, he will come and speak. Before, it was hard to catch him to speak. Now, small podcast is there. He has a whole bottle of fuel. This is it. The problem, everybody will face their problem. You understand? So now he has bought truck. Now he wants to distribute to everybody. He has escaped that problem, Abi. Thank God for his life. You know what he now did? He has gone to Ogun State to sign another. He wants to set up another. See, in life, if you're not inside a problem or coming out of a problem, you're not alive. I'm telling you, there is nobody that is successful that is not on his way out of a problem or on his way inside a problem. That's how growth happens, right? The third is when you don't succeed and you want this growth, we want it from a wishful thinking perspective. We don't think about the kind of people. So let me give you an instance. Depending on where you are in the agricultural value chain, you have different customers. And the idea is you need to be clear about who you're looking for and what it will take to reach them. So the best illustration I like to give is that if I'm hungry, for example, and I live in Lagos, if I have 500 naira, I can eat. If I enter one small mama put there, rice 200, one meat 100 naira, one pure water 100 naira, I'll be fine. If I have 2.5, I can still eat the same one meal. I will enter Chicken Republic, use 2.5 to refuel my spirits. Are you poor? Are rich people? You don't know refuel. People have money. So you refuel your spirit. The same one meal. If you have like that kind 20K, 30K, you can still eat. If you go to VI, enter maybe Eric Kaiser, take one small thing, you eat. If you have 50K, you can still eat. If you have 300K, you can still eat the same one meal. Same one meal. I mean, there's one restaurant like that. One client invited me to the restaurant. I went there with one of my colleagues from work, one of my staff. We get there and the food. Have you ever seen a restaurant where they will usher you to your seats, and I and my wife, we go to different restaurants from time to time. So we've talked about that restaurant. We get there. The first thing I notice is that you see the menu. Normal menu, there's the thing to eat and then there's the price. This one does not have price. Because the people that used to come, they didn't used to check price. So when I saw it, the man, when he brought us in, he told us to sit down to have dinner. So he had another meeting with some Singaporean partners. There were like 8 of them in the table. So he said, we should order anything, eat. He will come and meet us later. So when I didn't see the price, I look at the table of the guy, I say, confidence. So we finished eating. As we finished, beautiful food. So, have you ever been to a meeting with a client where on a normal thing, the client has not come. So you just want to pay for the food so that you can tell the client, say, me too, I'm not small. Then so that when you come, you can now discuss business normally. So we finish, they bring bill, I say, okay, make I just, on a normal 32,000. It's only 2 of us that have it, I just close it back for who sent us message because I did not send myself. I closed it back. I left it there as if I did not see it. Because when I saw the bill, I look at that table. The table, there are 8 of them. Their table is more busy than our own. So I use mine to calculate. What I pay 6 million, this number. And say, So I said, my own 700K cannot be a problem in the presence of that table. So we left it for him. So you think about that kind of restaurant, the kind of clients they are looking for is different from the kind of clients Mama Put is looking for. And the thing is that it doesn't determine their profitability. Because when we talk about people looking for their client, they are saying, oh, look for big client. No. Sometimes having a client that faces big businesses is the reason. Bugatti is the most expensive car in the world, and it's one of the most unprofitable businesses in the world. They've sold it 8 times. It's a nice business to own for reputation's sake, but it's not a good business to have. Because Bugatti just released the El Fenomeno, 4 million, but they have only 32 units. So the most they can make from that car is $140 million. But Toyota can print their car all over the country. They can sell 5 billion units. So when we're talking about finding your real customers, we're not saying you should find rich people or poor people. We're saying that look at your business and say, who should I be talking to? And go and look for that. The person might be a big business. It might be a small business. You might need to be talking to the people on the street, whoever you need to be talking to, because sometimes you see those people that you see on the street. One of my friends got into food business for a simple reason. There's a lady that used to sell akara on the street. The day he realized that that lady, from selling that akara, has sent 3 of her children to the UK. She would just gather like that, normal. So he was asking her, the woman said she makes 200,000 every day. Yes, on the streets. You know, those people just gather by 4 p.m. and they will close by 8. Because all of them buy from her. So one day, as he was buying, he was just asking her, this thing is okay. She has 3 children. What I want, Liverpool buy, you know. And then later I realized that there was a car that used to park that you thought that was just a jobless car. One Honda Pilot. It's a car. She will park, gather everything there, and sell you a car. She don't want it a car. But I'm just saying that look, it's important to know. See, that lady now, in everything she has done, she hasn't moved away from that concentration area. Because she can go and move now. Say, okay, now, I say somebody now, let me go and compete with Chicken Republic. She will enter trouble. Because she doesn't understand Chicken Republic's market. You understand? Know who your market is and focus on it. If you do these 3 things, you'll be successful. But as you become successful, the one thing you must watch is success creates failure when we don't prepare for it. So as your business is doing well, make sure that your business is preparing for what is coming. Because the worst thing to have than no customer is an angry customer. Angry customers, very difficult to deal with. And I'll tell you this last story before I leave. One lady came to my office. Now, at the time, there was a time we wanted to get a house help so my wife contacts this company, proper company that supplies, you know, properly trained, and it was a terrible experience. Very, very popular company online, terrible experience, right? So we had to use a different company. So I'm in the office one day, and one of the members of our community, she runs an interior business, single mother. So she's talking about wanting to scale her business, and then she said, oh, she needs to get a house help. And she then mentioned that company. The moment she mentioned that company, meeting have ended. Because for 30 minutes, I was explaining how terrible that company was. I'm sure I must have lied. Because the conversation is not supposed to be up to 30 minutes. I talked for 30 minutes about this company. She decided to use somebody else. That's not where the problem is. She's going to get home. And then somebody is going to mention that company. And she would have a very strong opinion about a company she's never experienced. Very strong opinion. And her opinion will be worse than my own. But she has not even experienced them. She thought about calling them. She mentioned them to me. See, angry customers are like demons. Avoid them. I'm telling you. So as much as you can, make sure that your business is taken care of. Now, there's a time between a customer can be disappointed. Don't get them to become angry. Right? I went through your service. It wasn't good. I'm disappointed. I call your customer care. They don't pick or they talk to me anyhow. Now I'm angry. You see, when I become angry, you have transformed me to a demon. Because now I will be telling everybody with very emotionally charged language about you. And you don't want that. And it always happens as a business gets bigger. Because now, before somebody gives you 5,000 naira for your product, that 5,000 naira was everything. Now, 5,000 naira is small compared to your 5 billion naira sales. But you forget that the 5,000 naira is the drops that made up the 5 billion naira. So the same attention that you should give to the 5 billion, you should find a way to provide that same attention to the person who is buying small from you. Most of us don't do that. And then a business starts to fail, and it fails very slowly because I don't know whether that business is still alive or not, but I know I won't use them. I know she won't use them. Maybe all the people won't use them. All the people that I know won't use them. And someday that group will become big enough to sack the business, because it takes a lot of people to sack a whole business. So I'm really hoping that with this point you've had, you'll be able to move your business to the next level. Thank you very much. No. So we do have a program in November, but I don't want to bore you with it. My people are at the back there. You can always talk to them. Thank you very much. I don't want to.
Yeah. You see, I brought him intentionally. He's not a farmer like most of us, but I have a passion in my heart that farmers can be respected as a profession. I was telling you about my experience at TVC last week that Moriah was teasing me that, Mr. Banduko, are you sure you're a farmer? You know, each time I go there, I said, why, Moriah? He said, the way you speak, your calmness, he said, farmers are aggressive people now. I said, why should, I said, maybe I'll send my pictures when I'm on the farm to TVC. Then you see that when I'm on the farm, I'm a different person, but that does not mean I'm shouting, please. But probably you see me wearing my jeans, my shirt, looking dirty, looking rough, because I'm an hands-on farmer. But I brought Mr. Ezekiel for a purpose. Farmers can scale and run big businesses. I'm going to be doing free advert for him. I've known him from a distance, a little. And last time I went for his conference in November at a hotel. You know, he just spoke briefly on TVC, and I saw the clips. Funny enough, I saw the clips. I told him, I said, Bobo Toman, sorry, it makes a lot of sense. So I said, I'm going to attend the conference. And he said something at that conference that I think I've said to some of us at the chamber. He said, what you made last year, you can make it in 3 months the following year. Did you get what I said? He said, what you made your entire 2024, you can make it in the first 3 months of 2025. I said, you can make it in. I looked at the few change I made. He said, and I know at times it's from the second half of the year, I always make more money. That's my orientation. People are settling in that. So over the years, I make more money from the middle of the year to the end of the year. So I'm always relaxed. I know we'll go chop. We'll be fine. Money will come in. But when he said that statement, I took it and I said, I'm going to practice this thing. Before the end of first quarter, I made it. In that trip, I told you now, my boss, I did it. And you know, like he said, when you get there, so that I don't get relaxed, I know how to change my numbers. Even the numbers I changed, I'm almost there. You understand? And even the one I didn't put before, conversation started coming in, and I'm getting more confident that I didn't want to tell him this one. Okay, I will surprise you. Me too, I'm going to surpass those numbers. So why am I saying this is, as farmers, we can scale. As farmers, we can do big businesses. You know, one thing the deputy president also said, yesterday, with collaborations at times, you might not be able to go alone, because I tell people, if you want to work in some realms, you cannot, this MDCEO mentality, you'll have to work around it. So my encouragement is, please see them at their stand. And if you can, I was telling a friend who runs a very big poultry in Ogun State, I won't tell you his title. And I was saying most of the issues we have as farmers, we only go for farmers conference. I was telling him how much I have paid in 2025 to attend trainings, business that has nothing to do with agriculture. 500, 800, one-day training. I paid one $450 to go for a breakfast. Somebody said, why? I said, people that were eating the breakfast, that I'm in their midst, they know that. And I was surprised when I got there. Some of them also know me. I was trying to introduce myself to somebody, say, I was surprised. I was trying to introduce myself. And I'm going to see you. I got to him, he called my, said, no, farmer, I know you now and all that. So my encouragement, that's like I said, I brought him, he's not a farmer like us, but I want us to hear from somebody who is not like us. I also learned something from one of my board members. The person that helps you most is not doing what you are doing, so they can see objectively from outside. If I want to talk to you now, I already know your challenges, know staff, know this. But somebody who is not facing the same challenge can look at it objectively from another perspective. So I'm surrounded by accountants and lawyers on my board. So my challenges, they don't see it. All they want to see is this thing can happen. This thing can happen. And I must tell you, it's been helping me as a person. So please, like I said, I brought Mr. Ezekiel for that purpose, to help us see the possibility. And I'm privileged to know some of the people he's talking about, how they are running multi-billions. Not be everybody be Yahoo, my brothers and sisters. It's not everybody you see driving G-Wagon. I was also in a room last week and someone said, Mr. Benico, we're looking for somebody who want to release 2.5 billion into agriculture. Somebody just told me, some people want to see you. We went for a meeting and I was there joking. And they are not old people like, they are young guys. He said, we want to release 2.5 billion into agriculture. Talk to us. Where should we put this money? Where should we put that money? So like I said, when people are saying there's no money, probably where you are going. It's not my account, oh, please don't get me wrong. Oh. I didn't say it's in my account. Oh. They asked me as a consultant. Before, no, you're my guy. You know, they just asked, they told me we want to release 2.5 billion. We want you to guide us on how to disburse this money. I also just released 1 billion to test run an Agric platform. I consult for him. He was supposed to speak yesterday, but he didn't come. He released 1 billion to test run a platform for youth in agriculture. He's doing it in most universities, and I can share the platform with you. You can log on for the youth. He's interested in the youth. He just said I think he did 400 million last year. He said, no, we'll do 1 billion. Just testing. I don't have 1 billion to test platform. But some people are testing platform with money. So please, let's, Ezekiel said, and let's scale. No time for question yet, please. Just one. Okay, just one, please.
Yes, it's good that we are planning to scale our business to make more money through and but on the demand on the workers. And one thing is we want result, but we underpay the value being provided. So I want to ask a question for the youth in agriculture. Every company wants to scale up, but I want you to talk about the impact of wage compensation and other benefits that you can give to your staff that can help you achieve that vision. Vision runs the business. I love the scenario of the house you shared with that if you want to make this, can your staff also stay where you are living? But it is not well. So I want to just talk on that.
So again, if you look at the train of my conversation, that was the first place I started, right? I said, look, the reason for growth, at least in our community, is not so much for the CEO to buy a bigger house, is for the wealth to pass down to a lot more people. But I'd like to talk about this mental health conversation because I think that I have a lot of young people that work with me and we don't have mental health problems because I tell them the problem I have, and while I think that it's a real problem that exists, I think that we've glorified mental weakness. You know, most of what people complain about is just a Tuesday. Somebody doesn't like you. Somebody, just very little things. And if we allow those type of things to fester in the organization, what will happen is that people would find excuses for everything. Now, I don't allow that in my own organization, right? If somebody has an issue, we'll sit down and I'm focused on mental toughness, right? While we are all bothered about mental whatever, in the East, China, Russia, those guys are building mentally tough children. That's why they are going to run the world, right? So yes, I think the most important thing is you have to have the best interest. See, I'm not saying you should pay your staff to kill your business. I'm saying that number one, pay your staff as much as the business can and as much as they're worth, right? But have the intention and let it be clear to them that if the business does well, they'll do better. That's it. Because you can't pay, if I pay staff, if at the end of every month we don't make enough money and I'm having to borrow money, like every one of us here have done, to pay staff every single month, somebody has to go. We have to fire some people, we have to reduce the work. And when we fire some people, reduce the work, we fire some people would have to work harder, right, to keep things going, right? So that's why in my own organization, a major value work. I know young people like smart work. I said, look, see, if you go online, all the people that are telling you to work smart, do you see them on YouTube every day? You say yes. I say, look, why are they working hard to tell you to work smart? Don't you see that they're working hard to tell you to work? There's nobody that does anything without hard work. So people must be willing to work hard, right? So, and I get that. People must be willing to work hard, but they must also see our intention. They must see our intention that, look, when a business moves and things shift, it has to trickle down to them, right? And even us as CEOs must become very measured with the way we act at work. There are sometimes things that you can afford, don't buy them yet. Yeah, because it's difficult to buy a private jet and owe 3 months' salary. And the thing is that it might not be company money that bought the jet, but it's a very difficult explanation to have. Do you understand? It's a very difficult explanation. So there are things that we would refrain ourselves from doing. There are things that we would stop ourselves from buying. Do you understand? And if we have to do them, there are things that we would do and you will not post it on. Do you understand? You have not paid salary, but last year, your family have gathered money for a holiday. So you have paid for the holiday last year, but you enter into January till June. It's a very bad year. You are owing salaries all over the place, but you've already paid for holiday last year. You go now. Are you not going to go? You must go, but you now go now. You are not doing life, chilling in Singapore, chilling on a Sunday. How do you explain? Do you understand? It's very disheartening. So, yeah, go, but just be quiet. Keep all the picture. Come back, hustle, pay salary. When you finish paying salary, release the picture. Do you understand? So, what frustrates people that work for us is the appearance of insensitivity. Is that we should also stop saying, I see a lot of entrepreneurs say this thing, they say, you can never be rich working for somebody else. It's a useless statement. I even think that if you say it as an entrepreneur, you are insensitive to the people that work for you. First, the statistics have shown that the easiest way to be wealthy is to be the employee number 1 to number 5 in a growing company. You get all the benefits without the risk. You'll be fine, right? That's what the statistics say. But even the set of it is wrong because you run a business and you are saying those kind of things. Salary is what they pay you to give up on your dreams. And you are saying it. So you now mean that all your 300 workers have given up on their dreams. It's the activity that we promote that really that affect their mental health. There's no problem with a young person earning 90,000, 75,000. There's no problem. What the problem is that he doesn't see how he would earn 500,000 in the organization. And secondly, the gap between him and the next person in the organization is so far apart that it's almost insensitive. So if we solve those two things, I think we'd have people stay with us longer.
We'll take questions during the, please help me appreciate Mr. Ezekiel. Listen, thank you. So they have their booth there. You can always go to make more inquiries, and let's grow big business, people.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ezekiel. I'm tempted to add chairman because he took over practically about Mr. Ezekiel's explanation, but that's fine. I believe we are all learning very fast. So we need to move to what is next. I know the daughter of the former governor is ready to speak, but we'll take one of our guest speakers. We'll take one of our guest speakers. We'll take one of our guest speakers who is ready online. Thereafter, we'll get her to talk to us. So we'd like to welcome, let's be sure, is she there? Kafara. We'd like to welcome Mrs. Yemisi. Okay, yes, I'm told, sorry, that we have a car, BDG 260 JD Jack G53. I'm told I think you wind down your glasses or something that outside, and it's outside the building. That passenger side, okay, passenger side, and that's kind of risky. You know, some of these boys around Alausa who behave funny. I'm also told that this key, I think this is, I don't know, this was found at the women's convenience room. Please, if you are the owner, please show a proof so that you can get your car key. All right. So we like to have Mrs. Yemisi Ironloye, the MD, Pastry International Limited, talk to us. Saltry, okay. Yeah, Saltry, yes. International Limited, talk to us. Is she ready? She's not there.
Good morning, everyone. Can we all hear me?
Thank you, Mrs. Yemisi. We can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, and congratulations on a successful annual fair symposium. It's great pleasure to be here this morning, and I apologize I'm not able to be here physically. I'm actually far away in Dakar on another conference where I'm also a major key speaker. But I think I'll try and do justice to it so that you can feel my presence even right there in the room. I tried to look at the topic given to me, so I coined out a topic that can fit perfectly into today's symposium. And that topic is processing food in the 21st century. You know, we are right now in the 21st century, and that means a lot of things are changing from what it used to be in the some 20 years back compared to what it is today. So we'll take a look at the history of how manufacturing have evolved and what it is 5 years. Because what we are doing today growing. Sorry, I got locked out. Okay, so first of all, I would like to do a history of how processing of food have evolved from 10,000 BC. And first, if you can remember from the time of Adam and Eve, that early civilization during the 10 BC, they were preserving food through drying and salting. And so far back at the colonial era, manufacturing have actually started. And they started by drying. We still do drying today. And I know we'll still continue to do drying, whether even in the future. You could only advance in the technology, the type of equipment that we're using during the drying, but I know drying will continue. And then they were also doing salting. So they knew early in life, during the colonial era, that they could salt their meat and salt their fish and preserve it for 1 week or 2 weeks. They knew they could put their food on the roof in the sun and preserve it for some time. I went to check in by the 8th BC, by the 8000 BC, well, it was able to be preserved. So from there, they started to preserve their drinks by fermenting them. And they found that when they ferment them, they do not get spoiled. So they can leave it in a state of fermentation. So they started fermenting palm wine. They started fermenting their fruits. And from there, fermenting fruits, they started getting drinks, wine. Even day back at the colonial time, fermentation already started. And they started creating bread by baking using coal, wood as their oven. And then, of course, far back at that time, they already had yogurt, even though it was not called yogurt, but it was from fermentation of grains, fermentation of milk, that they were drinking fermented milk. And that was yogurt. It's just that they did not call it yogurt. They did not have creams in it, but it was fermentation, and it was food processing. And then, of course, by the 4 BC, they started doing smoking. Okay, they started smoking fish and meat. Apart from drying with sunlight, by accident, they found out that they could actually just put their meat by the coal and get it roasted, and they were able to preserve it longer than sunning. So they started to smoke meat. By the 1000 BC, they started adding vinegar and brine to preserve food for longer time. Now, I'm taking us through this history for us to see that there's progression. Okay, so by progression continued, and then by 1809, canning started by a guy called Nicholas Appert, who airtight heat-based preservation revolutionized food storage. So this guy was the one who first of all found out that he could actually can food and preserve it. You can see how manufacturing was evolving over time. And of course, by mid 1800, pasteurization started. They started pasteurizing milk and pasteurizing wine to remove harmful microbes. Please look at how far gone we have been, pasteurization have been on. I mean, we are talking of thousands of years behind, ago, that pasteurization started. Then we now went into mechanical refrigeration by the late 1800. We had gone into mechanical refrigeration. And here you are talking about revolutionizing food logistics. They started moving food from one village to the other village by refrigerating them, by refrigerating them to preserve them. By 1904 to 1950, improved freezing techniques have happened, where food can now be frozen to increase appeal, and also different freezing techniques have already been discovered. By 1960, microwave oven was already discovered, and meaning that food can now be warmed, apart from just putting it by the coal. By 1960, microwave oven was discovered, and food can now be preserved. Can be warmed after it has been preserved. And then by 1970, nutritional science have started. And here, nutritional science have started. And here is focusing on low-fat food. People started being conscious of what they eat. Vitamins were now being introduced into food. Technologies had evolved that allow scientists to now make food. People can now eat exactly what they want, unlike just eating it in the raw form. However, now we are in the 21st century, where a lot of things are happening. A lot of evolution is happening. And we'll be looking at the kind of things that are happening in the 21st century right now. Right now, we have, for starch, I'll now narrow down to my own industry, where we now have the same cassava that was available in the early 60s, that is eaten just raw. just boiled and eaten, or just grated and eaten as gari, now being used for things like starch, where you now have things like hydrocyclones, you now have flash dryers. Even before, you used to use simple equipment like the centrifuge. Now you now have pillar centrifuge. A lot of modern equipment are evolving as the day goes by, with filter presses that are used in dewatering. Before, they just put the product in a sack and then leave it overnight, and then they get dewatered. Now you can use mechanical dewatering system where you have pillar centrifuge, you have filter presses, you have flat dryer that can even remove the water, and I get all the water out, and then you have it out. And then you don't get the moisture down to less than 10%, and also you cannot have it smooth like you have starch today. But then look at what technology has happened today. Now, right now, before in the 60s, there was no automation. It was basically manual operated, where you have to press every button one by one. But today we have automation and control systems where factories can be controlled. A whole massive factory of 100 buildings can be controlled right from one small cubicle, from one small room. When factory started, for example, our first factory was manual. But by the time we're building the Sorbitol plants, it was fully controlled, fully automated, where a young scientist just sits in the room and controls pumps and valves and pneumatic valves, all from one button. And that's the future of manufacturing. So manufacturing is actually graduating from the manual buttons where you need hundreds of people in your plant, so where you are needing less people in your plant. Also, robotics. Apart from this, we now have robots, even controlling plant. I was in China about 3-4 years ago. Most of their plants they are reducing the number of people in these plants right now. They are using robots. Robots are doing packaging, robots are filling, robots are doing so many things. That's where the world of manufacturing is going into, automation and robotics. That does not mean that human beings will not have jobs to do, because robots cannot harvest cassava. So human beings we still have, but then we all need to get to that point where we tell ourselves the truth that modernization is happening and new things are happening. And by the next 10 years, a lot of what is happening now in terms of manufacturing is going to change. Now, we have biochemical conversion of food. Today, we have enzymes. We use enzymes to convert food today. We use enzymes to convert starch to glucose. We use enzymes to convert glucose to sorbitol. We use enzymes to convert milk to yogurt. You use enzymes to convert soya beans to soy sauce. Use enzymes to convert cocoa to chocolate. These enzymes are equally made from carbohydrates, from waste, from the enzymes are equally made from food products also, and they are now used again to ferment or to make other products. That's the world where manufacturing is going in the next 10 years. Then you have the mechanical and thermal food processing. Here we have the mechanical processing, where you use physical forces like milling, cutting, pressing, extrusion, which was not there before. We have thermal processing, where we use heat, drying, baking to preserve food. You have the tomato going into tomato paste. You have milk going to milk powder. You have cassava going to different things, up to starch. You have cassava and wheat going into spaghetti. These are different works, different modifications that are happening today in the 21st century. Now you now have water treatment. Before this time, what our people will do is to use white cloth. They'll boil the water and then use white cloth to sieve out the dirt, and that's the best you can get, and put it in a cold pot. Today, you can use borehole. You can even use water. I visited the plant in Thailand in February with my team of 6 staff. And it is surprising that one of the factories we visited in Ingrid or in Thailand, they don't use clean water. All their dirty water is recycled into a pool and it is cleaned through a water processing plant and reused. I mean, no fresh water for 3, 4, 5 years. It's the same water that is being recycled, cleaned out, and remove all the dirt, and they reuse it. And then and that is the world we are going in, where there's respect for water, where you just don't pour water away. You have to recycle water. So we at Salt, we have started looking at that. We know that that's where the world is going. And so we are having water systems, water processing systems that we can recycle our water. Then quality assurance. Before products are produced, they just use your mouth to test whether it is okay. And then it's when people eat it that they tell you whether their stomach is paining them or not. Today, you have to have quality assurance laboratories that test this product and okay it. And you need to also have that in your plant. So if you're having a facility or dreaming of a okay them before you push them out. You can have advanced technology like HPL systems. You can have scanners and X-ray machines that can scan whether there's any piece of iron in your product before export. You can have high-tech equipment that can analyze your product, okay them before you ship them out to your customers. Also today, in the manufacturing, you are not talking about sustainability and zero waste. I'll go back to that. I mean, as you have zero waste of water, you also have zero waste of your waste. So you have some waste going into biogas, some of your waste going into animal feed, some of them are used as biochar, charcoal, and different aspects of manufacturing so that there is no waste at all. Every waste is used back. Your water is used back. Your waste is used back as heat, or is used back as fossil, or is used back as one form of use or the other, where you actually have zero or nothing to throw away. That is the world where we are going into. And then you have sustainability, renew energy. In renew energy, you're having things like solar. We were having issues with power, where we have, power can go between this period of me speaking with you, my power PSA would have taken their line like 10 times, on and off. It's like somebody sits there and is just pressing the button on and off, on and off. And we just thought to ourselves, we need to generate our own power. Today, we are running on our own 1.6 megawatt power that is supplying us all the solar energy during the day, and in the night we have 1.1 megawatts stored in batteries that is used as blended power for the PSCN that we get in the night. Now, looking ahead, the future of food processing, because that is 20th century. But then looking ahead in the 20th century, we'll be looking at automation and smart factories. Factories where you have everything is smart. Everything is communicating like gadget. That is a world that we are going to have in the next 10 years. Some part of the world is already having that. But I can tell you in 10 years, it will start to get to Nigeria, where we'll start to have smart factories, where we're going to be having AI controlling almost everything that we are doing in the factories. We are going to be having plant-based protein, which have started already, where you have plants being used to manufacture protein for your food. So you're not just going to be eating chicken and fish. You'll be eating protein that are being manufactured from plants. And I'm telling you that some of us are already looking at such technology to come up in the next 2 to 3 years. But that is the world of where we are going, where the manufacturing is going in the next century. And then personalized nutrition, where people will decide, say, okay, based on my DNA, I want food that have vitamin B, vitamin A, and vitamin C only. And they get it engineered. That is where we are going, where there's individual health data and DNA lifestyle needs. And companies will be making food based on this kind of needs, specifically to individual needs. They will now have energy efficiency. There will be so much energy efficiency more than what we are doing now, where there will be energy saving, water recycling, biodegradable packaging, and there will be so many standards. I'm sure that there will even be penalty for people who are not obeying these rules. So if you are looking at manufacturing, you have to start to be thinking of tech, AI, robots, and all of these things, because that's going to be the order of the day in the next, in the decades that we are entering into. We're already seeing them happening in the developed world. It's coming gradually to Africa. Whether we like it or not, we have to think of it. We have to embrace it. So in conclusion, I would say that food processing has advanced far beyond the Stone Age. From grinding stone and fires, it is now fully mechanized, automated, and technology-driven. Today, food factories run at massive capacity, producing up to 20, 40 tons of different products per hour, something unimaginable in the past. Furthermore, in the 21st century, food processing is more than feeding people. It delivers safety, efficiency, and sustainability. This is the moment to invest in food processing. By doing so, you will help secure global supply, create jobs, and drive economic growth. The future of food is clear. It is powered by processing. Thank you very much for listening, and I wish you a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a good delivery of your session. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have questions for, I'm not sure. Mr. Chair, do we have questions? Mrs. Yemisi, are you still there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, I'm thinking that maybe one or two questions for you so that we take them off now.
Yes.
Please give us a few minutes. Let's take the question from the room. Please, do we have question for Mrs. Yemisi Ironloye, please? Just like one or two questions she could deal before we allow her go. Okay, it appears your session was very explicit. No question, no confusion, no concern raised. Once again, thank you so much, Mrs. Yemisi Ironloye, MD Sotri International Limited. All right, so next we're supposed to have a tour of the exhibition, but we'll move it forward and allow our sister to speak to us on farm management and aggregation. Please make welcome, as we have with us today, Dr. Olamide Alao-Akala, founder UMERA Farm Nigeria Limited. Put your hands together for Dr. Olamide, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. Is it morning or afternoon? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we happy to be here? I like what Mr. Tunde said, that whenever they call for agricultural conferences, that is when people show up and they don't go for other things that would develop themselves. And one of the questions I get every time I tell people that I'm an agribusiness, they say, oh, they look at me like, I've known Mr. Solesi for the last 10 years. Yes, he was actually my teacher. So I met him in 2015. So, and we've been together back and forth. My staff, they've attended these conferences several times. Abi? So just to corroborate what Mr. Tunde is saying, that if you want to be a part of his conference, you had better be. Because sometimes we need to listen to things that would re-engineer and rewire our minds and push us towards success and give us the confidence to be able to achieve some things that we think that we cannot achieve. Because no man sits in his house and motivates himself alone and thinks that he can do it all by himself. No, you have to go out there and see what people are doing. People who are younger than us, way, way younger than us, people who are 24, 25, achieving things. Just 3 days ago, I was sitting with my cousin, my elderly cousin, and she was showing me a 25-year-old girl's bumper page. I don't know if you know what bumper is. If you know what bumper is, you know what bumper is. See, very few people know what bumper is because we're not moving with the tides, with what's happening around us. So the 25-year-old's page, she had made, she did a sales. She sells only track pants. She had did a sales of 15.6 million in 3 days. In 3 days. And over 60% of that money was profit only. She doesn't have a shop. She doesn't have, all she has is just about 3 tailors that are making those bumper trousers for her in
at the back of her dad's house, and she made that much money. It's because she probably attended a moonshot conference and they told her about bumper. And she said, oh, I can use this platform to sell the things I'm selling. So there are several opportunities in this world, in this space, just by virtue of going to conferences globally and in the nation. My eyes have been able to open more. My vision has expanded. It's not just a farm today. So it's Sumera Farms, by the way, and it's located in Ogbomoso. And it's not just going to be a farm. I was just telling Mr. Soles here that we have started construction of an agrotourist resort on the farm. So that is vision expanding. And if you just sit down there and say you just want to sit around just doing your cassava, just doing your tomato, there are so many things you can do in the agricultural space. You can even teach. I was watching something on Instagram, a guy that does goat rearing in Ghana. I think it's called Farming in Africa or something on Instagram. So this guy rears goats, and then he goes all over Africa to teach people how to rear goats. And then I saw that he had a Nigerian version. He came to Nigeria to teach people how to rear goats. I said, how dare you? Aha. What are Nigerians looking at? Now somebody from Ghana is coming to come and teach we, giant of Africa, how to rear goats. You know why? He must have picked up that ability to teach from somewhere. So if we're not teaching, if we're not passing on what we know to the next generation, and we think that we are just farmers, we just need to put something in the ground and expect it to grow, but deceiving ourselves. We are. And one of the ways to sustain the value chain, to sustain the agricultural sector, like Mr. Sampson said, is by having youth inclusion. And if you don't have youth, if you don't teach them, how would they know? Right now, some of them are so discouraged by being a farmer. But when I move around youths, when I tell them I'm a farmer and I'm into agribusiness, they say, I want to be a farmer too. But there are some farmers, if we see them, and they say we want to, you tell them you're a farmer, they will not be interested in that farming. So we need to make it look attractive. We need to make it, let's add some spice to it, so that people, when they see us, they want to be exactly, let's make it look sexy. So I'm going to share my story with you this morning, and I hope that you gain something from it. I'm just supposed to press the next arrow, right? All right. So when I started Umera Farms, by the way, I've been in the agribusiness space since 2013. I was working on a farm. It did not belong to me. It belongs to the family. So I live in Lagos, and I was working on the farm. I would leave Lagos because I had my own business here. I would leave Lagos as early as 4:30 a.m. and go to Ogbomoso, yes, to get to the farm. By 8 o'clock, I'm on the farm. And when I get to the farm, it became more interesting and interesting every day. The cattle rearing, the egg production, the cashew picking and all that. Everything was just intriguing to me, that people can just be in the bush in one place and be making money. And every day I'll just be running from Lekki to Idumota to go and be buying fabrics, to be making clothes and selling to people, So I'm like, it became more interesting. So I was in that business for a long time. And then when 2020 came, COVID came, I decided to start my own. And I remember when I wanted to start my business, my father was so angry. Why do you want to start your own? Blah, 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 blah. This is your own. I said, no, it's not my own. I have to start my own. And so when I was going to start my own, I was looking for 20 acres, 30 acres, 40 acres to buy. I was climbing Okada from one village to another village. Sometimes I'm 3 hours on the bike looking for scouting land, and people coming out with cutlasses. I know you guys face this. People coming out with cutlasses trying to attack you. No, you cannot bring Agric farming here. You cannot bring Agric farming here. That's one of the problems we have in Nigeria. Most of these people will not allow the sector to grow because they say you cannot bring Agric. When they say Agric, they mean, commercialization, commercial farming. They don't want the nation to grow. It's not just the government. It's the people in the area, in the local areas. Some women will come with calabash on their neck and face you like this, naked, and tell you that you cannot farm here. And I tell them, say, look, I serve a living God. So if I buy this land, I will farm here. So forget about that one. So we were scouting for land, and then one land fell on laps. I saw this land, and it happened to be what Mr. Solesi was saying. Some of us that want to do farming because we think it is for resting. This man had a retirement plan. He was a justice, acquired this massive land, over 5,000 acres of land, and thought that he was going to use it for his retirement plan. But unfortunately for him, he could not retire on the farm because by the time he had retired, he was tired. He was completely tired, so he could not do it. So he had to sell the farm. Say, okay, let me sell this farm before I pass out. So we decided to buy the farm from him. Now, our deliberate strategy, I'm a strategy person too. I dabble into it a little bit, but this is my guy here. So our deliberate strategy when we started that farm was that we're going to get a loan from the bank. We're going to use it to develop the business on the farm, to go into poultry farming, and then use the large expanse of land that was remaining for cashew farming. But you know how the system is in Nigeria. We kept trying, we wrote proposals, we did business pitches. Look, I've been in this business for a while, I know about it. We made our proposals, but we're not ready to support. And they're not ready to give, and the ones that wanted to give you loan, wanted to give you at a cutthroat, So I said, you know what? We went back to the drawing table. Because sometimes everybody has a plan. I was coming to Lagos today from Ogbomoso. It's a straight road. Coming from Ogbomoso, when we got to somewhere around, if you get somewhere around Odoaba, there's a lot of traffic. You have to go, you have to maneuver, right? And going through all the bad roads, the new roads they are fixing and all that, just so that you can get to Oyo, then you can continue your journey. The goal remains the same. I was coming to where? Lagos. But I did what? I had to maneuver because of the blocked roads and all that. Sometimes you're coming to Lagos, a tanker has fallen down on the express. You have to go into one place. The goal remains where? Okay, so that was my deliberate strategy, to get a loan from the bank, you understand, to run this business. And I had a plan. I had all these business plans, proposals, everything, but it did not work. So there came an emergent strategy. And what was the emergent strategy? It was aggregation. Alone we can do so little, but together we can do what? So much. When you work alone, what happens? So that's what happened. So the emergent strategy that came was aggregation. We decided to aggregate. We decided to invite people. Okay, we'll lose some of our land. I don't mind losing some of the land to raise funds to be able to build something that is worthwhile. After all, we have about 5,600. If we sell 1,000 acres of that land, it's not a big deal. So I said, okay, because you said something. Sometimes if you want to go somewhere alone, I mean, if you are thinking of just yourself, it's a problem. So, and then some people say, I don't want to part with it. Just part with a little bit. Part with it, and also have people invest in you. So what we did was came up with a strategy for aggregation, and we said, you know what? If you're interested in buying land, buy land with us at Umera on our farm estate. But the only problem is you cannot farm any other thing apart from cashew. If you're interested, buy. Because we don't want the situation whereby somebody will come and buy land, and then how our people are. Tomorrow they want to do, they just want to do all sorts that might attract a lot of things that we don't want on the farm. I don't want to go into that. So we say, like, if you want to buy into this is a cashew farm estate. If you want to buy land, you must farm cashew. A lot of people now came and say, we cannot farm it. Yeah, we can't go and buy, we can't buy farmland. We don't want to come to that place. It's too far. Number one, banditry. People will kill us. What if they kidnap us? What if they do this? Go back to the drawing table. Okay, we'll manage the farm for you. Don't bother coming to the farm. Now, it sounds very easy, but very difficult. Very, very difficult. Do you know what it means to manage a farm for other people in Nigeria? It's difficult. Just last year, somebody who I know a good pastor, he leased, because I've not farmed on everything yet, he leased 400 acres from me and he planted corn. And he got this money from a group of people who wanted to invest. They said, like, you know what? Help us, we want to lease farm, help us manage it. And he's managing the farm for them. He planted corn. The corn, when they planted, it was looking so beautiful, but everything got burnt. Yes, now the weather was dry. Please, it did not affect anybody here last year. There was a time last year that the weather was just, the rain just stopped and did not come. That everything. So what do you think that, and these are people, you're collecting money from people that did not come to the farm, that will never go to the farm. And he goes back and tells them that, look, everything went bad. Then they will go on Facebook and say, do you know Pastor blah, 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 blah? Calling him out. He has stolen our money. I mean, that's just it. So that's why I say farm management is not easy. So we have to sit down and think about it. And this is a time when people were collecting money from people to invest in agriculture for them. Things were going bad. A lot of people were making noise on Instagram, making noise on Facebook, and saying, oh, these people have collected money from us to invest in sweet potato, orange flesh potato, whatever investment they did. And they were calling them out. It's not easy. It's not. So if you can avoid managing farm for people on a large scale, if you don't have a solid proof plan to say that if this thing fails, this is what I'm going to do to be able to handle the situation, please and please do not collect money from people to manage it, or else they will just destroy your reputation overnight. So what we did was we told them, you buy the land, you pay us a certain amount of money for the land, you pay us a certain amount of money to plant the cashew for you, you pay us a certain amount of money to manage the farm for you for the next 3 years. We will plant the cashew for you. We would intercrop on your behalf, and we will pay you a certain percentage of whatever we get from the cassava that we're intercropping with your cashew, which is what we did. Difficult. I must not lie to you. And then you face, because we face real issues in the agricultural space, real issues. It's good to listen to motivational speaking. It's good. You need it so that you can expand your knowledge. But at the same time, when we're talking agriculture, we need to talk about the real issues that we face on the farm. Because you can't be there 24 hours. Even the staff cannot be there 24 hours. The security cannot be at every place at every single point in time. We have killed cows. We have arrested Fulanis. They have released them. They have come back to the farm. They have destroyed people's crops. Hey, and I cannot sleep because I collected money from these people to plant cassava for them in the midst of their cashew. And they will bring cattle. And before you know what's happening, by the time you kill those cows, you think, yes, you have succeeded. He said problems upon problems upon problems. You heard when Mr. Ezekiel said it. And then you are happy and you're saying, now they won't come back again. And then after 2 months, you just hear that over 100 acres of farmland have been burnt, that Fulani people have thrown fire into it during the dry season. What do you do? So farm management is not for the faint-hearted. It's not. Aggregation gives you leverage, yes. It gives you leverage in business because you're aggregating with other people and you're managing this business on their behalf. But I want to say that there's something that is better when you're doing aggregation in agriculture, which is the cooperative strategy. It is the best and it is the solution. Because if you want to take other people's sleepless nights away from them, you have to be ready. So what we have decided to do as a company is to transition into the cooperative model. Look, we lose, you lose. Because I've had to pay through my nose. Because, and the only reason why I've had to pay through my nose is because of my reputation. Just because of my reputation. Because I don't want anybody to go on Facebook and say, oh, she stole our money, which we did not. Can you imagine sending a mail to over 400 clients that, oh, look, by the time we woke up this morning, there was fire everywhere. I have had 4 different incidences of fire that happened within the space of 18 months. Back to back. And I still had to pay these customers their money. So it's not easy to manage a farm on behalf of other people. But if you're managing it for yourself, but you know what? I would say this, it has helped me in such a way that because I know that I am accountable to people, I'm on my toes. I keep developing new strategies every day to make sure that the farm is thriving and doing well. And the only reason I'm able to do this is because I keep developing myself. I keep investing in myself. If you don't develop yourself, if you don't invest in yourself, if you don't find yourself in a community of people who are thinking about to move to the next level, it will be difficult to achieve these things. Very difficult. So now I said cooperative. So we're transitioning into a place where we're developing cooperative strategies. We have registered Umera Cooperative. So now every single farm owner on our farm must be a part of the cooperative. You must be a part of what is going on. Amongst yourselves, pick a president. Amongst yourself, pick a secretary. Amongst yourself, pick a delegation every year that will come and visit the farm every quarter, so that you can see what is going on live and direct. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So if you are going to collaborate with people, because if you don't collaborate with people, you cannot get to the top. It's not possible. You cannot do it all by yourself. You know, you mentioned this somewhere that there's a stage to which you can get to. But for you to break the ceiling, for you to get to the next level, so that people will not just say, is it really farming that they are doing? Of course it's farming. For you to get to that next level, you have to collaborate with people. You can't do it by yourself. You can't. But cooperative strategies is the way to go. So this is just a model that we run at Umera. What we do is the person that bought the land is the landlord. We manage the farm on their behalf. The cashew trees on the land are their tenants. Then we plant and nurture the trees for them. The cashew tree starts giving you rental income from the 4th year, which we started doing. The cashew trees have started fruiting, and we give them a portion of that income. We share the profit together. So the farm owner gets 70%. We as a farm, we get 30% of it. Now, let me now tell you another problem. So now when we did the first one, the 70-30% sharing, somebody sent us an email and said, are we so sure that that's how much you made? Come to the farm now, come and face, you understand what I'm saying? Are you so sure that's how much? And you know, Mr. Solisi said something, don't have an angry customer. So then you just sit down and relax and say, no. And what will you do to make these people happy? You know the answer again? Cooperative strategies. Because you see, you know the way a cooperative runs, I'm sure most of us are in cooperatives. The way a cooperative runs is that every single person is involved. Do you understand? Look, amongst yourself, delegate a president, delegate a secretary, delegate whatever you want to do. At every quarter of the year, send a delegate to the farm to come and look at what is going on. Do you understand? As a matter of fact, I took it down to the level of, look, amongst yourselves, amongst the we farmers, pick people that will be in charge of selling the cashew nuts. I don't have to sell it for you. Just let us know, let there be transparency, let everybody see it together. So if you're going to go to the top in this 21st century, because let me tell you the truth is, in Nigeria as of today, which is sad, over 70% of farmers are small farm owners. We want the narrative to change, but it's not going to change that overnight. It's not going to change very fast. So we can think of small farm holders in a modernized way. On Umera farms, it is still small farm holders, but it is modernized. It is not the way, it's not just subsistence farming. It's you saying, I want to farm and I want to do it with Umera. So this model I'm speaking about today is something that I've taught several people and they have implemented it. There's a group of women called WACO, Women Agricultural Cooperative Society. I also joined them, but they came to me for this model and I explained to them how they could go about it. We developed strategies together, built a strategy for them, and they are doing fine. because it's owned by elites. When we elites do things, we do it differently. Even though there are still problems that we face, like Mr. Samson said, he talked about fair trade. Serious problem. Serious problem. I had a friend who wanted to sell cattle and got angry that they were pricing his cattle anyhow in the Ogbomoso. So he packed all his cattle into trailer and he came to Lagos to come and sell the cattle. Worst mistakes of his life. The worst mistake of his life. He got here and he met the people that were in charge, not just men, women. And they told him that this is how much I'm going to buy all this cattle from you. Eh? You see? And when they told him that, he did not have a choice than to sell the cattle because he could not take it back to Ogbomoso again. It's a cartel. And you know the funny thing is, we are relying on the government to create policies for us, to create regulations for us so that there's fair trade. So that you know how much a basket of tomatoes is. You know how much a basket of onions is. You know how much a basket of green peas is. But it's not going to happen because there's one woman in Mount 12 who will gather all the voters in the next 4 years. And they cannot tell her. These people in government cannot tell her. Let us not deceive ourselves. It's not going to change. They cannot, it's deeper than we think. These people cannot tell her, look, why affect change? Nobody is ready to tell them that because the whatever of that market is there. And she has all the buttons of the market from that place to the next maybe 20 kilometers. And when the time for election comes, all our people, they have voters card. Do you have voters card? Look, see, at the end of the day, in fact, I need to end this. At the end of the day, everything comes down to politics, whether we like it or not. Everything comes down to the power that you hold as a citizen of this country. If as a farmer in your community, which is what I'm trying to do with Umera Farms, if in my community I control over 3,000 people and I tell them that, look, if this is where we should vote, they will listen to us. But if it is one woman in the market that is sitting down there and determining who the people that are working in that market vote for, do you think everybody will listen to you and I? They won't listen to us. They won't. Look, ordinarily, we're supposed to be stakeholders. By the time you get to a certain level in any space, you're supposed to be a stakeholder. You either have the money to do it or you have the people to do it. And the people we are fighting with, that we're fighting with in this market to give us this fair trade, are people who hold the numbers. So it's not just all about money sometimes. Sometimes the numbers matter. In your little sphere of influence, how many people can you influence? I say that this is what I control. What's the bargaining power that you have? Because at the end of the day, the governor, whoever is contesting, be the chairman or whoever is contesting, whatever is contesting, cannot go to the market and give the woman a regulation and tell her that, look, from now on, a basket of tomato cannot be more than this price. A basket of onions cannot be more than this price. So what are we doing? So until then, we keep doing what we know how to do best, building strategies to develop a sustainable agricultural industry in Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time.
Please, once again, put your hands together for Dr. Olamide. Thank you so much, Doc, for a good job you are doing. Like I said, you have done, and that you will continue to do. You've thrown out the challenge today, and I believe these participants are, embracing the challenge, and we're actually throwing out the balls, not thinking out. I mean, there's no box anywhere, and we want to move forward collaboratively. All right, so I moved the other time. The time for the tour now is the time for the tour. While the tour begins, as led yesterday by the chairman and the president of SCCI, followed by our dignitaries, the chair of the SCCI group, we follow the same process today. But the media guys have requested Dr. Lamide, specifically, the media guys there are positioned to have a chat with you for a minute or two. While the tour is going on, I will take you there. We'll do the interview, then you join the tour. There will be a time for interaction. When we come back from the tour, the panel session will start. On this note, I'd like to hand over the microphone to the chairman of SCCI Group to lead us in the exhibition tour. We'll come back there. The tour is supposed to take for just about 30 minutes. Yes, 30 minutes. So we'll get back here. This is 12:35. We'll be back here by 1:05. Thank you so much.
Please, as our guests will come with us, with the president, the tour will please want to specifically request everyone to also please come with us to see what our exhibitors have to offer. Please, let's go for the tour. At the end, she can. Please, we encourage everyone to come along with us as we tour the exhibit. So the first one this morning is Farm Junction. So this is Farm Junction. 1 minute. Tell us what you have on the stand. Oh yeah, 1 minute, what you have for us.
All right,
Our
welcome
guests
to
can
Farm.
see.
Good day, sir. This is Farm Junction. So this is our classic yogurt from Farm Junction. And this is our classic peanut. It's from Debina Farm Junction. And this is our.
Please speak into the mic so that we can
And
hear
this is
you.
this Farm Junction. These are honey beans. It's from Farm Junction. Very nice. And this is draw beans. It's from Farm Junction. And this is our rice. It's from Farm Junction. That's the local rice. It's from Farm Junction. And this is our Ijebu Gari. And it's from Farm Junction. And this is the yellow garage for Farm Junction. And this is our cheese ball. And this is our chin chin. And our new products is already out. That's the Gary maize is out already, but it's not here presently, but will be out very soon. And our cheese balls as well too is already out. So the production will be out very soon for the company to sell.
Okay. Thank you. But you didn't talk about the aggregation you do for farmers. I was thinking you mentioned that because we have a lot of farmers. So they do aggregation for farmers. Yes. Thank you. Yes, they aggregate. So if you're a farmer, you are looking for people to offtake the offtake product company. Thank you. 1 minute.
Okay, good day. This is Optimal Techie, and we have different solar products that you can use on the farm. We have solar pumps, water pumps, we have submersible, and we have surface. When you are charged, you can go outside. There's a demo of our 1 horsepower surface pump that you can see outside this building. And we have solar cameras that you can use for surveillance on the farms also. You can also do installations for you both in your house, in your offices. We also have different solar packages that you can do just in case you need solar installation in your farm. And with this, you are not spending a lot of money burning fuel or depending on electricity, which we know is unreliable. We have different solar packages for different solutions for you, both in your house and in your farms.
Thank you. So we come to Limb Simple. So Limb Simple, what you have for us?
Good afternoon. This is Lim Simple, live investing money and business made simple. We are a business consulting firm. What we do is to provide proven strategies for businesses to help them grow and scale. So what we do is we provide tested and proven strategies. We don't just give flaws or checklists. We bring entrepreneurs that have improved with whatever strategies we have given them to grow. So by November, we usually hold our annual convention at the Eco Hotel and Suites. So this year it will be held at Eco Hotel, like I said earlier, November 26th and 27th. We have quite a number of speakers. We have Kola Adeshino, Ini Abimbola Niyi Adesonya, Adeze Undenzi, Ugochukwu Omegu, Dr. Moji Davids as the speakers for this year. So basically, the convention is primarily a 5-month program, not just the 2 days like I mentioned earlier. So we have 3 months before the convention and 2 months after the convention. So the 3-month program is basically a 90-day ultra good model program that I've started in August 16th. What we do is we bring businesses that have improved to come speak with them, the intended to help them scale, to give them what they have done, how they have improved, how they have failed, and what they have done now, such that when you come for the competition in November, it becomes a work and not just trying to start all over again. Yes, there's a discount.
I think what we have tried to do this year is to get participants to decide how much they want to pay for the convention.
Are you serious?
Yes, actually.
Most of us at this conference, so we can how much we are paying.
Yeah, based on what we are looking to do, yes.
So you've had them all. No, be me talking. Be fruity. Can wait to meet you, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. If you fruity, business is taking the healthy options everywhere we go, because people tend to want to eat healthy, but most times when they step out of their house, they find it difficult, some of them compromise, which is not what they want.
Please, if you have lost your key or you misplaced your car key, I learned a lady from the ladies'
lactose intolerant
convenience room.
We go a long way to make the milk that we use very, very convenient for the guts by going for the healthy yogurt to provide those things. We do for events, individuals, we train, and also take it for everywhere we go, find ourselves, we take it there. So people can be able to eat healthy at every point in time. These are juices. We have your carrots, pineapple, and ginger. We have your mixed fruits, exotics, grape, watermelon, beetroot, and all those things, be it vegetable, fruit, they're all healthy. That is what our system, our gut need. So make it convenient for people to take. And thank you.
Well done. So AgriQuest Africa Network, really 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Okeola BC from AgriQuest Africa Network. And here at AgriQuest, we are having where you can get your questions answered on agriculture, how to transform it into agribusiness. We also link marketers to farmers and farmers to marketers. We also have some of our products here that we sell for people. For example, voucher co made from rice husk, not to make any wastage. We have palm oil that has been well packaged. We have Zobo and our fertilizer and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we enjoying discount at this fair? You didn't answer the question. Abimos Advanced Farms.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Abimos Advanced Farms, where we raise our catfish, we hatch our catfish. And apart from hatching, we also raise them through different sizes, from tiny to standard tiny to medium. These are some samples of the size of the fishes. And in our packaging, we make sure we package it nicely, and it is export standard type of fish, free from any form of sand, well dried. It can last for test of time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well done, sir. Hyperculture.
Good morning. So my name is Tijani. I'm with Hyperculture. We produce organic fertilizers and planting mediums for waste products. So from food waste, we turn that into use farm products. Can you hear me? Okay. So we produce organic fertilizers for waste, basically. Yes. From food waste. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So Blossom Foods, morning, Simon.
Good morning, sir. So my name is Gloria from purely organic. Yeah, starting from our palm oil, everything and well filtered. We also have our spices and well, NAFDAC registered. Able to supply over 40 supermarkets, like I said yesterday, over 40 supermarkets with good feedbacks and referrals. And by the grace of God, we've maintained our quality. And that is that. That's how it is. Because our mission is to promote healthy living. This is why everything here goes through thorough processes. Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Survival Cultural Org Limited. Here, cultural products. We have our oven dry catfish, which we have in, and we have it in 500 gram also. We have it in rings and we have it in chunks. We have our palm oil, which we have in 3 liters, and we have it in 1 liter pack already. Then we have our eggs here also. We have our eggs straight from our farm, from our farm, and we package our eggs so that it will be comfortable for our clients to be able to handle them to them around. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Limited.
Sir. My name is Olabi Api. I'm the head of sales for Pibons, and this is our subsidiary Biscuits. We mainly focus on producing potato chips, but here on our display we have potato. Particularly, this is not just what we offer. We offer good flavor, and we supply almost everywhere in Lagos. We have for supermarket at Ebano, Co, and we also because one of the purposes about give Nigeria, make the whole world know that we are 100%, we give good products. And our production, mainly, we have our own personal plantation where we harvest 100% potato chips, natural potato chips. And we are located at Yaba. Yeah. Lastly, our product ranges in the 70 gram, we have 300 gram, depend.
Hold on. Value ingredient limit.
Mr. President, sir, good afternoon. This is Value Ingredient Limited. We are also a member of SCCI for more than 20 years now. We are both into livestock and food processing, but Value Ingredient today we're into food processing. And of course, we are supporting to banish food insecurity in Nigeria, turning our traditional crops, processing it, because this is the 21st century now. This is our plantain. So at least this can store in the next 1 year now with this part of a packaging. And it has a health benefit in the sense that if you are diabetes and you are on this diet for the next 3 months, go back to your doctor, you see what will happen. Of course, this is our normal cassava into gari. We also have it into food. Then, of course, and all these within the Southwest to ensure that farmers also have value for their money by taking from them and processing into powder yam. Of course, we'll be selling within Nigeria and outside Nigeria, and that's why you can see, and they are all NAFDAC certified. So those are the 5 products. This is from our maize. We convert it to ogi powder. Unlike before that is unwet, that under 1 week it will spoil. But at least with this dry ogi powder now, it can compete favorably with custard. So early in the morning or during fasting by a far and a pastor, they'll make use of it easily. So this is our contribution to the food world and the economy in the 21st century. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
See.
This surprising. Oh, we're into natural stuff, trying to in Nigeria. Start with products. Any other person can use it. Is same. Shea butter, three types of shea butter. We have the one mixed with carrot or oil. We have, so if you don't want it in a hard form, we also have it in liquid. Their hair not to break off, for the men that carries money directly from. So there's only two things. Also, and it's very good for soil. Yeah. So we are.
So banning Nutri, they've not started. So KSP Farms Limited, you know. Hello.
We are KSP Farms as well as KSP Shipping and Logistics. So, have the farm order of keeping your product. The farms are also the
Big Rat Consult.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Big Craft Style. What we do, and we have several types of honey here. We have our infused honey. We call it infused because it is garlic. We have turmeric and cinnamon. We Olumore behind Abeokuta. Sorry, behind Echo Gas. I'm sorry. And we have our office at Ikpaja. This is what we do for 32 good years. We have our beeswax here. Beeswax is for production, fragrance candles, your hair cream, body lotion, etc. For polish, wooden polish, what this is used for. It's called beeswax. And you can use it for your lip balm too. We use it for this lip balm with 7 good essential oil in it. You can smell it. Can you want to perceive, Daddy? Please perceive. You can perceive this. It has 7 good essential oil in it. It means, thank you so much, sir. And it's very good for your lip, very natural. And we have our books. Yes, yes, sir. Anybody? We have our books here for farmers. We have our books for farmers. All you need to know about beekeeping is inside this book. Is inside this book. All in this book. Very cheap.
African, where they go? Find us now. That's for the door. Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Come on. Okay. Man, how are you, man? Can we get to meet you? I sales coming. What do you have for us? Hello, hello. Please just speak. Can you hear me? Mike.
Speaking here. What they are saying to their house. So we have different, we have snake tomato. Snake tomato. This is the old tomato that's like stronger when it's on. Yeah, that long one. When it's fresh, it's fresh. So that's the old tomato that our
So we have we have pepper. We have what's it called we have our dodo, we have our moringa. Maybe your or anything like that. Then it's called spinach, also known in Yoruba as amunugunmi. So people use it to cook their vegetables. So we want to grow these things out. They are very easy to grow, and you can tell. So we have tomatoes. Tomato is already the cherry tomato. We have the ones that people taller than. So we have our stock. Natural.
Well prepared. That's all your coffee. Yeah. Right. Well done. Yeah.
So,
I hope everything is going on well. Very satisfied.
You still your stand up, is that?
How is it going? Yeah.
Shopping.
Guys to come for the print. Okay? They will contact two guys. But
Oh, that's
all they are.
the latest. Yes, ma'am.
Pressed coconut soil, heat pressed coconut oil, crunchy coconut flakes, and coconut cookies.
Thank you. Coconut oil.
That's very great.
I still and you where's your factory now?
We produce the CIC. I think it's Agric.
Okay.
FCCI, are you a member of the Agric group?
Oh yes. You know,
But not functional.
we carry the same badge. Functional now. For having that badge.
Come, I don't know you. Well done, ma. Well done, ma.
Serious? Very encouraging.
Thank you. I think I brought that again to start.
Yeah, I did it yesterday. Very delicious. I've taken.
Mama.
Thank you very much.
So let's go. Next. So start with you, sir. What do you have for us? Understand? Hello? Hello?
Sir. So, yes, sir. So mango slice. So we also have this one. We also have this one starch, cold water starch. It's good for cloth and very nice and very scent for cloth also. And this one, we use this one for poultry. Maybe for your chicken or your pig, we use it like that. So just pour it for flour. We make the poultry to scent nice and you also cure injury. Maybe they have injury on their leg, they'll be okay. And this one is liquid fertilizer. Liquid fertilizer is very good. Maybe you just pour it for your floor. Maybe so now we have this one. This one is for rice. This one is for rice. And we also have different type for different maybe like tomato or pepper, something like that. And we also have this one. So what again? Thing is finished.
Thank you. So we move to Rankonova Foods. Morning, ma. How are you doing today, ma?
Yeah, same palm oil we see
Palm
after
oil,
today.
okay.
Yes. Well, yes, we are here. Yes, it can be better. Exactly. Yes, it can be better.
Thank you. Extra large, not yet. So we have decorators. So let me allow him finish with you. I'll come back to you. Epe Garden Center Limited. You seem to be busy. Okay. Stay. No, please stay. Continue with you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So Decor Tales. Yes, how are you, ma? How is the alert coming? Okay.
Check it.
Okay.
That's no more there.
Which of them is?
I know, it's not more there. It's gone.
Ah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay, Daddy spotted it yesterday. Okay. So Jubali Agrotech, 1 minute. Things coming up.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. So we are from Dubai Agrotech. We have in different kind of agrochemicals. We have the pre-planting chemicals, while we have the post-emergence herbicides too for different crops. We have our fungicides and we have our insecticides in various. So we have our hybrid seed and the open pollinated seeds. These are the open pollinated seeds for carrots and the hybrid seeds for watermelon and tomato. But we've been having different questions from people saying, oh, and these are not GMO seeds. No, these are not GMO seeds. These are just the cross-pollination of two local varieties of seeds and to give us. And one thing we are trying to do together when it comes to hybrid seeds they are bacterial root resistant and also leaf curling resistance in tomato. So that's why we are here. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. So, no, Agromol is not here. So let me start with Howard Group of Companies. Things coming up at your table.
Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. This is a fish feed. It is well formulated, produced here in Lagos, Ikorodu, to be precise. Yes, to reach to Canada. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. No, yes. Not yet.
We are something our local need.
Yes.
Okay, but the product go to Canada.
It's go to Canada, definitely, sir. Yes.
Thank you. So Tangerine Nigeria Insurance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Daddy. Good afternoon, sirs. We do not take your presence lightly. God bless you. So this is Tangerine Insurance. We were formerly Law Union and Rock. So when we revamped with ARM and the likes, we became Tangerine Insurance. And then we have 4 entities: Tangerine General, Tangerine Life, Tangerine Pension, and Tangerine Health. So we are simply here to sell agricultural insurance, to tell the house that you have farms that you would need insurance for to protect, your stock, whether they are livestock or raw materials from the unforeseen, that could happen. So that's what we are basically here to do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
We're talking about risk.
Yes.
Farm.
Yes.
And I think we need to connect those guys together.
Yes, Daddy.
But those risks are very,
it has to occur.
That is one of those major things about investing in farming.
Yes, Daddy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daddy. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So farmers prioritize insurance is very important. Nados Company Limited. How are you today, ma'am?
So we are from Nados Company Limited. We have the Saints and the Cosmetics, which is produced here in Nigeria. We have the lemongrass and wood diffuser, the Eco diffuser made from coconut and lemongrass oil. We have the Nados black soap, lemongrass black soap. We have powder, hair care oil, the car diffuser, and essential oil for aromatherapy. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and Arad Agro Allied Limited. It's coming up at the stand.
Sales have not been, but yeah. All right. Yeah, expecting that. Okay. So what we do, we produce livestock feed, and then we sell feed ingredients and other farm inputs. And then recently we have a marketplace where you can shop online. So every of our products are online, so you can shop online. Yeah. Yeah.
These are fish.
No, livestock. This is for poultry. Yeah.
The house. So you can connect with them.
Yeah. Thank you.
This media person in Agric. So speak with them and let them also see. Vora e-commerce. Can we get to meet you at? No, you can stay. Please. So you can get more. Right? Something. Things coming up at your stand.
Things are coming up really good. We've had conversations with a lot of people, and we see their insights, what they want to achieve, and how it plugs to us. And so I think I really love that part of it, where that we can see the future and what people want to build, and how our own platform helps them to be able to build them.
So you just see the deal.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Confirmed Options Integrated Limited. Things coming up at your stand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, this is Confirmed Option Integrated Services. We are a logistics services, and we are here to support agriculture because as a farmer, you need to move your products from the farm to your customers. And we also do international logistics, that is freight forwarding of agri-produce. So once you have us ready at your farm, please give us a call. I will be available to move it in a fast and reliable manner. And we understand that some products that are agricultural are time-bound. That is in terms of shelf life. So we are here to give you a very fast shipping. And trust us, you will never regret coming down to Confirmed Option. Yes, we are teaching them to come up strong. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yes, she's into food packaging, palm oil. Please speak for yourself. You are here.
Good afternoon. My name is Abisola Omoni. I'm the creative director of Puffy's Food Hub. I'm into Nigerian foodstuff, packaged foodstuffs. I came to the fair with my best-selling products. That's my palm oil and my tapioca. I'm known for quality and authenticity at affordable prices. Thank you.
Thank you. So Exceedance Nigeria Limited. Exceedance is busy. So we'll go to Pretonia Wellness Ops. How are things coming up at your stand? Are you doing what you have for us?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I am Ambassador Precious Mafiana. I am the founder and CEO of Pretonia Wellness. I am into health awareness, promoting healthy living. And I'm a farmer because I know what farmer goes through in terms of thinking, how the farm will work. I decided to add wellness into it. That you got to be healthy before you can make money as farmer, so that you can think well. So we are into promoting organic products. We have supplements. We have Nigeria produced goods that will be healthy, nutrition. You can see we have locust beans. We have locust beans. Knowing the nutritional value of locust beans, we need to promote locally made products. We are also a member of Mushroom Farmer because the government is planning to expand the industry. We want to be a voice. So that is why we are using this platform. And I also want to appreciate our chairman who has given us this platform to use to promote mushroom and also to promote healthy living. So I want to encourage everyone. We are blessed in Nigeria and Africa that using the organic products, you'll be healthy, just as I am. I know I'm a testimony. I've been waiting for the fruit of the womb for years under doctors, swallowing pills. But when I embrace healthy living, today I am a mother of twins. So I want to encourage everyone by tomorrow, my children will be 9 months and I'm happy. Proudly Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Excellence, well done. Thank you, sir.
Welcome back from the tour. Thank you so much. We like to
Please, let's be seated. Some of us are not on our seat. Sit down, please. Selfie team. The team taking selfie, please, let's sit down. Honorable Rotimi Abiru, please, let's sit down. Thank you so much. Please, let's have a seat. We'd like to give a few of our sponsors and friends 3 minutes each to talk to us. First on the list is Tangerine. Can we please have the representative of the Tangerine for 3 minutes to tell us about their product and why we should follow them? Tangerine team, please. Tangerine. Let's put hands together for the representative of the Tangerine, please. 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abimbola Olufowobi. I work with Tangerine. Before talking to us about what we do in Tangerine, I would like to appreciate the organizer of this event for having us as part of the co-sponsor. I have to also appreciate the other speakers and other co-sponsor and the participants for this August occasion. At Tangerine, we prime ourselves as one of the foremost in Nigeria, and we've been into the business for like more than 20 decades. We started in 1807 as Law Union and Rock. Some of you might be surprised or doesn't know what the word Tangerine entails. We are into insurance services. We have different kind of insurance that you can think of. Part of our goals is to protect what matters to us. For insurance services, we have life, we have general, we have pension, and we have health. For our life side of the business, some of you might understand ARM Pension, Metropolitan Life is part of our entity. For general, we have Law Union and Rock. For the THT, some of you are aware of Tangerine Health before. It's part of the group. And we have the general business. Today, we'll be talking to us about our services. Like I said earlier, we have the life, we have the general business, we have the pensions and the health. Like I said earlier, we've been to business for more than 20 decades. In 2020, Tangerine itself came into effect with the acquisition of several entities to form the Tangerine Africa as of today. Yeah, we'll be looking at Agric insurance. Purpose of us being here today is for us to protect the assets of farmers. And we have different types of Agric insurance. We have the fish-free insurance for people that are into fish farming. We have the multi-peri crop insurance for people that are into crops. We have the poultry insurance for poultry, for layers, and all kinds of birds. We have livestock insurance, and we have crop insurance. For the poultry insurance is for boilers, for breeders, layers, cockerel, and turkey. And we'll protect, in case of any eventuality, we always pay the farmers back, put them back where they are, in case of any eventuality. We have fish, is for ponds, in case of people that are into free farming. In case of damage to ponds, we'll compensate the farmer appropriately. We have
Sorry, Tangerine, hold on. 1 minute, hold on. The noise is disturbing. Please, for the exhibition team, Mr. Chairman, I will need your permission to pause the exhibition now. The noise is disturbing us seriously. We hardly can hear what is going on here. Femi, please. The exhibition here needs to stop. Otherwise, if they cannot reduce the volume of noise or the level of noise, we need to stop it. What the man is saying, nobody is hearing. So we can be this. Tangerine, please come. Add 1 minute to your time.
Okay, so for the livestock, we protect the insurance for all kind of livestock that we might think about. We have sheep, goats, pigs, rabbits, and etc. We have multi-crops for foods. We have for commercial crops. We have insurance for area yield for farmers. Group of farmers are coming together. We protect insurance for them. And we have for farm produce and property insurance. We can secure the within the farm space. And we have greenhouse in case if your type of farm is greenhouse, you can provide insurance for you to protect against fire, and you fully compensated in case of any eventuality. And these are the requirements. And to know much about our products or about our services, check any of our booths or any of our any of the staff of Tangerine in any of the booths. And that's all from Tangerine Business. And we thank you for having us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tangerine Group. I was going to add 1 minute to it, but thank God you finished within the record time. So we'll call on the next company to please talk to us. But just before that time, please, Lost Bus Fund, I learned that this car key, I guess this is Toyota, my favorite. I don't know. Yes, was found at the women's convenience room. Please, if it looks like yours, let's know. It will be useless for me. Otherwise, you just drop the car for me and drop if it has security code so that I can drive it home. If you, in this Tinubu economy, I'll be very happy. Otherwise, please approach me for your car key before you go. All right. Next, to talk to us in 5 minutes, is OWAT Group of Companies. Please put your hands together for the representative of OWAT Groups. Please, let's maintain this. I like this. This is very good.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Why are we so quiet, please? Farmers we know are not this quiet. All protocol duly observed. I am a sub-sectional manager of the agro-ally industry, First OWAT. So in First OWAT, we have a lot of professional services. But today, I'll be taking us on the agro-ally level. Now, at First OWAT, what we do, we are into mechanized agriculture. Mechanizing in the sense that we have a huge, like hectares of land in 6 different states in Nigeria. Like in Zamfara now, we have hectares of land where we cultivate grains. Like we try to study the weather of Nigeria and the soil composition. So we now discover that when it comes to grains, they strive, they do better in the north. Then when it comes to tuber, within the western region here, they also do better. So within the north now, like in Zamfara, we farm soya beans there. Then coming to Kaduna, we have our rice farm. Then coming to Nasarawa, we have granite there. Like also we have rice, beans within the north, millets. Then coming within the western region here, like in Osun, in Ogun, in these areas, we have our tubers like cassava, yam, potatoes. So the bottom line here is these things we are always cultivating. When it is time for harvest, we now discover that the waste, what we refer to as chaff, is even more than the harvest. We now say, what do we now do with this chaff? This is where the idea now came in that, well, we are also into aquaculture, and we now discover that what we spend on feed, fish feed, is much. But I said, since we are planting all of this and we are harvesting, what do we now do with this chaff? This is where the idea now came in. Let us now see how we can convert this into fish feed. And that is what now gave birth to the First OWAT fish feed. So today, we are here with the fish feed. floating fish feed that is well formulated. And I think why some other persons were going around, a lot of you have seen it. Very okay. So now felt, okay, this waste, let us now convert it into what will be very useful. And today we have the first toward fish feed. So in this today's exhibition, that is what we came with. So if you look at probably by my left within our stand, we have a lot of staffs there, some representative that if there's any question, anything, they can actually attend to you. Then they are like, we majorly, we are into off-taking. We do off-take of the fish in tons. Because we have very big ovens that in a month we can do more than 10 to 12 tons. So we off-take fish also. So most times if you buy feed from us, it's optional though. If you buy feed from us and you feel you have difficulties with probably selling them, because a lot of persons complain that this Malans coming to buy fish, they do this, they do that. There are a lot of Ogbonge women, there are prices. We buy it very normal. We can come and off-take from your farm. We off-take from your farm. So the issue of you have a problem with where to sell your fish is resolved. In a month, we can take close to even 20 tons. So for the fish farmers that are here, you might want to partner with us. We are available. Just by the left here, our stand is there. You can come, we can communicate because of our time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Howard Group. We will not come, but we will visit your stand. I think that's better, right? Yes. So we'll visit your stand for more information. We'd like to go to yes. It's always very good like that to, let me borrow the Yoruba word, to fori kori, so that we can be on the right path. So we were trying to delay this session because one of the discussants was being expected, but at this point, we would like to move on with the two of our discussants that are here, as well as the moderator that is here. I like to okay. We're going to have I wanted us to take my photo ops for the media first before I do the panel session. The idea is after the panel session, some of our people may be in hurry to go. So please allow me to do the photo ops first, then I'll bring up our panelists for the session. Mr. President, sir. Thank you. Followed by let's put our hand together for the president, by the chairman of the group, our guest speaker, Dr. Olamide Alawakala. Please join us, yes, for the photo ops. Mr. President. Prince Olabode, please join us. And the deputy chair, who is looking forward to being the chair. Yes, we need. Yes, yes, this is better. Oh yeah. So let's make the very close. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So that done, you can be rest assured that I have my photo ops covered. So I'm very happy that this event will be well reported tomorrow. You'll be seeing it everywhere. All right, so straight to the panel session. One of our discussants actually addressed us virtually. So we will permit me to excuse her because she's not here. Next will be Olamide Alao Akala, founder, Umera Farm Limited. Please, let's put hands together for her. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Being the first, okay. I know you want to take first seat. First. Okay. Next is Prince Dr. Labode Adetoyi. Put your hands together for Prince. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Prince. I think we have with us Dr. Moji Davis, MD, Extra Large Farms. Mr. Chair, he's not in. Okay. I saw also the other time, Africa Farmer Mogaji. Is he around? Oh, he has stepped out. Okay. Then let's have the chairman of the group join us. Put your hands together for Tunde Banjoko. Yes. We'd like to bring our moderator. I will hand over this good team to you. Put your hands together for our moderator, Mr. Ikosu Elijah Oluwakayode. Femi, I need you to take off the last seat here, please. Take your seat, sir. Yes, sir. No, the next one. No. Okay, no, just don't. Yes. You take this, so we'll now shift this. Yes, good. Good. Thank you. Anyway. All right for you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, I know we've been speaking we're already tired, and we are going into another session, which promises to be both engaging and tasking at the same time. But you know, before we get into the session, let me say two things. First of all, when I was coming here today, I said, well, first of all, my name is Ikosu Elijah Oluwakayode. I'm a broadcaster. I work with Lagos Talks 91.3 FM. I host the morning show, and it's always an engaging session, and I'm excited to be here this morning. Now, when I was coming here today, I said to myself, okay, I'm going to an event. Do I dress like an agripreneur? Do I dress like a farmer? Or do I dress like a corporate, someone in the corporate world? So I said, okay, let me wear suits. I believe I'll meet agripreneurs there. And so when I came in, what I was looking for was people that are wearing suits. So I celebrate you, sir, in blue suit and a red tie. Thank you so much for not letting me be here alone. And thank you for your jacket as well. So when I came here, I almost pulled my jacket that let me just bring it down. But over this holiday, kids are on holiday. They're all going back. So sorry, parents are thinking about school fees now, not food, but we'll manage. My kids came back one day and they asked me a question. And the question was a tricky question. Let me see if anybody in the audience will know this. And we'll go into the panel session. The question was simple. Daddy, what comes at the end of rainbow? Who knows the answer? What comes at the end of rainbow? Does anybody know the answer? Who can guess? We must say something today. Sunshine. That's why it's a trick question. I said, I don't know, the sun. She says, no, it's W. Rainbow ends with W. So what comes at the end of rainbow is W. No. I was like, okay. But that's a nature question. It could be a trick question. And that is how we see agriculture a lot of times. We've seen policies, we've seen directives, we've seen people put in money, and it doesn't turn out the way it is You've seen people calculate, and unfortunately, it doesn't rain as much, and your pineapples come out small size, not the big ones. You don't make as much money. So Agric is a trick question. So today, when we're speaking about agribusiness in the 21st century, changing the narrative. Now, what I'd like us to start with today is a question that I'm not sure if we've all thought of it. And I'd like to start with Dr. Lamide Alawakala. Now, when it comes to agribusiness in Nigeria, and you look at the 21st century, in Nigeria, what is the place of AI in agribusiness in Nigeria in this 21st century?
So first and foremost, I'm going to say this. Even though we are in the 21st century, the agribusiness space in Nigeria is nowhere near the 21st century.
Wow.
Nowhere. We have not even touched what others are touched before it even got to the level of AI. So right now in Nigeria, AI is not even going to, I mean, when you're saying AI, even in the businesses that can already use AI today, most businesses do not even understand how to take advantage of AI. Now I'm talking about educated people. Don't know how to take advantage of AI. Now you are talking about farmers. And don't forget, over 70% of these farmers are uneducated. So very few educated people are operating in this space. And for those of us that are operating in this space, we have not even started to scratch the surface of AI. Now, the simplest of it all, which is the blockchain technology that we can even use right now, we're not using it. Because blockchain would help us solve a lot of problems that we are facing in Nigeria. Okay, so look at the yam that is being sold in America or in the UK. That yam is not from Nigeria. And why is it a problem? It's because of traceability. They cannot trace where that yam is coming from. They cannot trace, or they don't trust, they don't have integrity in our produce. Our produce has no integrity. So if our produce cannot be traced, and we don't have blockchain, AI blockchain technology to trace, which is the simplest, I'm telling you, from input to output to logistics. If we cannot do that, do you think that for what's it called? For just to test your sand, to do what's it called? Precision farming and all of that. I mean, we have a very long way to go. Very long way to go. And you know what? This what you see we're doing here today is what we mostly do. We come into a room, we talk about the problems we're facing, we talk about what that people have done, and then it ends there.
Okay.
You know why? Because it's expensive. It's not buying shirts and jeans and start selling, opening a shop and start selling. Agriculture is expensive. So for us to be able to take advantage of these tools, and sorry to say this, 1 + 1 is not equal to 2 in a well. It's not, because sometimes your 1 + 1 might be 0.
Is that peculiar to Nigeria as a global standard?
I mean, to some extent, it's global. That is why you see that the government steps in sometimes in those countries to help them. So if there's a glut, I mean, it's not that 1 + 1 = 0 does not mean that there's no produce. There could be produce and then there's glut and there's wastage. And the government sees that, oh, our farmers are suffering. And then they step in to alleviate the pain, to help you with what has gone wrong in the society. It has never happened in Nigeria.
Maybe government, we are strong enough. We are independent.
I think
or is it incapacity on the side of government?
No. We're not speaking up enough. And they don't see the value yet. And the reason why they're not seeing the value is because a lot of poor people that cannot speak up are in this space.
All right. But you don't look poor to me, though, just to put that out. Let's go to Prince Obode. She said the reason things are not changing that much is probably we're not speaking up. And she says this kind of gathering is what we do almost every time. So let's look at it this way. Between now, the last time we had this kind of gathering and today, or last 1 year, what has changed positively in the agri segment or the agri sector?
Thank you very much. And to the audience, good afternoon once again. There's improvement in the area of agribusiness People now knows that it's no more that old traditional agriculture. People now believe that when you want to do agribusiness now, it's commercialization. So not just to farm, eat, maybe the remaining produce, sell to pay school fees. That is not. So in the last couple of years now, you see big investment in agriculture, commercialization in the area of crop. As you can see, Dr. Lamide doing a sort of managing farms for people. So you are in VI, you are in Ikoyi, and he's managing your farm for you at Ogbomoso, and you are sharing the profit. We don't have that type before. Then traditionally, using of whole cutlasses and co are not there again. People don't believe in a subsistence farming again. There's technology, mechanization that is increasing. And apart from that too, post-harvest losses in Nigeria before is between 30 and 40%. You will see that majorly, even it was acknowledged in one of the international magazines that Nigeria are really into food processing and value additional. So go to some of these our local shops around, or all these small, like this ShopRite of this world, Urban and Co. You see our yam into pando, you see our cassava into fufu, into gari that can store in the next 1 year. You see them there. And of course, high quality cassava flour that you can also add to make bread. So you can see that there's a lot of transformation. And apart from that, maybe for the first time, government are now taking agriculture very serious, maybe because of the population explosion. Though insecurity is still affecting the rate agriculture, so agribusiness should move in Nigeria. But at least, to me, practically, I've seen the last 2-3 years now, federal government, they are putting more money in Bank of Industry, and they are supporting farmers, some are supporting the industry. Because from farming, Atole we say, if agriculture does not, if there's no agriculture, industry does not grow. Because it's from agriculture you are going to get the raw materials to the industry. So they are trying to put money there. Of recent now, federal government also approved 1.5 trillion for Bank of Agriculture. And I have one-on-one discussion with one of the officials, and I say, for you in this new dispensation, don't ask farmer whether he has a house at a Lekki, either Lekki Phase 1 or 2 or Banana Island. If my farm is in Ogbomoso, use my farm, value my farm. Maybe possibly you say, I'll give you 50% of the value, not looking for my house in a Lekki or Asokoro. I believe they are trying to do that, and banks like DBN also with coming down the interest rate, because there's no farmer here that can run at a 40 interest rate. Okay. But for those BOA and BOI, you can still get between 9% and 15%. Thank you.
Now, on your final words, I'll come to Mr. Banjoko. Can you hand him the mic, please? Yeah. Now, he said, I'm going to juxtapose what both of them said side by side. Now, Dr. Alawakala said that farming appears not to be predictable. Now, Prince Alabode is saying, don't use the value of my house in VI, use the value of my farm, which is not predictable. Is that attractive to financial institutions in this 21st century?
In this 21st century, I think your history is what attracts investors. So I think I said something earlier before you came. One of the things that attract investors is you are doing 2 acres that you have money for. You've been doing it for. Oh, I'm sorry.
They don't want you to use your bedroom voice.
Okay.
Use the voice you use on the farm.
Okay.
When your workers are not doing the
When I'm angry.
like, now I don't want to use angry, but
Okay.
you said it all.
It's only when I'm angry I shout to. Okay, but I'll speak up. Sorry for that.
Is it better now? Is it louder now?
Okay, so I think investors, no, I think it's louder now. Even now?
Can't compare his voice to mine. I speak for a living. Every morning from 6 a.m. to 5, I am talking. So I'm used to projecting.
Please help me with the mic. I think it's better now, Abi. It's better now. Okay, so what I said earlier on is that what I know as a consultant, one, I'm a farmer, I'm a practicing farmer, and I also consult on agric business. So I can speak from my own experience what I think investors are looking out for. They are looking out for history. History. You don't have, you've started with 2 acres. That's why I use 2 acres. You started with 2 acres, you've planted cassava, you've done it for 1 or 2 years. Then you have a bit of record to say this is what it costs to produce this volume. This is what I will get. Like I was telling somebody, or maybe the media this morning, on paper, please tell me if I'm wrong. This is a conversation. How many of us get 20 tons on our cassava farm consistently per hectare? Prince, Dr. Labode. But on paper, what do we write? 20 tons, 25 tons. I was speaking with President Obasanjo, I think that was last year. And he said, Tunde, what do you get on your farm? I said, at times 10. He said, Tunde, immediate. And that's somebody who's been farming since what year? He said, Tunde, immediate. But now if I approach an investor, I'll tell him what I can get on my farm. I have history. If you go to even Bank of Agric, one of the things they put in that feasibility report is their history. The history, the records. They want to know what you've done in the last 1 year, what you've been done in the last 2 years. At least, can you make projections? Investors are interested in reliable projections. So I think that's what I would say is one of the main things that you can use. And then what I also think put off investors at times is you want people to invest in what you have not committed your own money into. You understand? I was sharing with some friends yesterday, a young chap starting an IT company says I should release 10 million. Please, Carl, listen, that I should release 10 million and that by the end of 2025, it would have made 13 billion. I'm not telling you a dream,
No, are you referring to MMM or?
An IT hub.
Yes.
An IT hub. So he said I should get investors for him. So, but I don't have 10 million to play with. I'm not a big man. I have 10 million. And but what puts me off? To be honest, I told people that I was talking to, I actually wanted to invest in that company, being an IT company. But when he said 13 billion in 1 year, I knew it's going to be a
realistic projection.
So to attract investors, those are my own. Let me stop at this so I don't take the time of our guest.
All right. But before I go back to that, let me find out from you. In Nigeria, are we maximizing, or should I say optimizing, the yields per hectare?
No. The answer is no.
Why is that?
Several reasons. Some due to our inexperience. I'll speak up. Sorry, I'm using cassava. I'll use cassava and oil palm more because that's where I play. Okay, I can also speak for maize, even though I don't do maize. Is the fact that your yield per hectare, if you have an acre, for example, there's an expected population, meaning I planted 500. After planting, most times you don't have the 500 surviving. You have to do replacement of the lost one, the one that didn't survive. Maybe for cassava, for example, after 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you are supposed to go back to your farm okay, this stand didn't survive, you replace. But most of us, we don't replace. So where you're supposed to get 8 ton, 20 ton, you have lost it. You won't get it. Then maintenance. I also told many people several years back, the days of bragging about size of land has gone. People have 200 acres and they can't even maintain it. So if weed overshadows your farm, your yield will be affected. If you are supposed to weed on Monday and you weed 2-3 weeks after, it will affect. So these are some of those things that I think. The other one is climate. Then I tell people, you are doing vegetables, for example, if you don't have money for irrigation, you will not make money and you lose. So if you are not irrigating or making preparation for irrigation, you also struggle in some areas. Then you are doing animal husbandry. Those who do animal husbandry, you are not giving them. I did a bit of piggery. I am not sure I did it for up to 2 years. I ran away. I sold all the pigs. I left.
Why was that?
Human being was eating the feed of pig. I don't know. Let me leave at that. So they frustrated me. I left the business.
All right, I'll go back to Dr. Lamide. Now, the reason I asked that question was I had a conversation with the former president of Association of Agricultural Economists, is a Professor Job under Mmadu. And that was when the president came into office and he promised to cultivate, was it 500,000 hectares? 500,000, yes, it was 500,000. And Professor Job Mmadu told me then that you don't need to cultivate 500,000 hectares. That even the yield you get in 500,000 hectares, if you have the right input on 100,000 hectares, you can get the same yield. He spoke about the quantity of fertilizers that we use and other things that he actually measured the number of sacks per fertilizer, kg per fertilizer that should be used, that we don't use up to that. That's why I'm asking that beyond all this, the normal trimming and monitoring and management of the hectare space, do we have all the right inputs required to maximize yields in this 21st century? And maybe tell us some of these yields if possible.
So we actually do have the inputs to maximize the yields. It's just the cost. So remember, always remember this, that 70% of these people that are farming, that are giving us the bulk of what we eat, are uneducated. And they have a system that they use to farm. And until that system is changed, nothing will change. You know how much, and most of these fertilizers that we're talking about are imported. So if the cost of dollar is going up, the cost of fertilizer is also going up. So even when we talk about poultry, the feeds they're eating, most of the inputs in the feeds are imported. So as dollar is rising, the cost of feeds are rising. A lot of farms did not survive the volatility in Naira, the revolution of the Naira. Most farms did not survive it because of the cost. So yes, it will improve yields. It will make for better production, but people are not using it because of the what's it called, of the cost. And mind you, why are we talking about this? Why can't we talk about organic farming? Some people are going organic and they are having good yields. There's a system back in the days, they used to do crop rotation. There are some crops that would give value to the soil. So if you do crop rotation, which some of these farmers understand, they know how to do, they do it and it works. But when it comes to commercial farming, it's more difficult to achieve. Now, he said something about going back to replant. Let's not forget it's human labor. And people are tired. You want to farm 100 acres of cassava and they've gone through the stress, they spent weeks farming that 100 acres. And then they have to go back after a few days later to go and check if it's done. You see, so the place of farming less, it has to end. Mechanization, there's a little bit of mechanization, but it's not where it's supposed to be. Have you seen where, sometimes I'll just sit down in my house and be looking at these videos of this rain irrigation, and you see the way the rain is just pouring on the corn. We don't have that here.
No, we do, but we hold the rain in Nigeria.
We don't have that. I mean, so we can use our tricks. We don't have to use these fertilizers and all of, because you know what, at the end of the day, it damages the soil as well. So that's why he said, if you plant cassava this year and you get 8 tons, if you plant on that same land that you have put fertilizer on, plant another set the same way you did it last year, you cannot get that 8 tons again. It's not possible.
But the question before I go to Prince is, how then is it done in, like we say, other climes in the West where they have good yields? Or are we saying they also don't have good yields per hectare?
Oh, they do have good yields.
So how is that done?
Of course, they're using fertilizers too. You can use the fertilizers. They have access to it. It's not as expensive for them because they are producing it. So they have access to fertilizers. They have access to funds. They have access. Okay, by the way, I'm sorry, but in Nigeria too, they give out fertilizers. To be honest, the government does give out fertilizers. I've been a beneficiary of it twice. Yes, even though it was not a lot, but at least I got 5 bags at one point. I got another 5 bags at one point, 2 different times. And we're sharing in the local government area.
You okay?
So the government also gives out fertilizers to use.
But that's not. But now,
That's why I said even
it's
though
not
it was
enough
small.
just to help you.
You understand? But at least.
But looking at it now, maybe there is a young farmer here or someone who is interested in farming. For a hectare, what is the average quantity of fertilizer that is needed to plant, like, should we say, maize?
It depends.
Cassava?
They are different. Okay, for maize.
Yes.
I mean, a bag is enough, 1 hectare. And it depends on the combination of fertilizer, type of fertilizer they're using as well. You just want to put a little amount of, I don't really use it anyway.
And you get good yields as well.
Yeah. Because see, the reason why I don't use this because now most of these crops, the maize, the cassava, I intercrop them with the cashew. Now, this cashew, the companies that I sell cashew to would test the cashew for fertilizers. And if they should sense if there's any trigger of fertilizer in the cashew, it cannot be termed as organic. And so therefore, they might not want to buy from you. So that's why I don't use it.
We'll go to the audience, but before we do, let's talk about organic. I have a friend who who exports peanuts, groundnuts. He's Togolese. So at a point, he jackpot from Togo to Canada or somewhere. And I told him, I said, guy, give me this business. Let me source the groundnut for you because I know West Africa quite well. I can source from Ghana or anywhere, and I'll help you export. At least I'll give you some, and you know. And he told me then that the people he supplies, they don't take peanuts or groundnuts from Nigeria. He said there were some components that were there that were not allowed. So it's back to what you said. But let's go to you, Prince. When you look at Nigeria as it is, because we're talking of the 21st century, and we have 2 problems. These 2 problems, Agric is the solution to it. One is unemployment. Agric can mop up unemployment in Nigeria. 2 is food security. Without Agric, there is no food security. If you want to maximize your yields and be compliant and have good, easy farm management, you need technology. If you put in technology, you're reducing the number of manpower that will be coming on the field. So looking at Nigeria right now in this 21st century, with Agric, what should we prioritize? Mopping up the employment and unemployment space or providing and ensuring there's food security in Nigeria? Yes. Okay. So as it stands now with agriculture, should we focus on just putting a lot of money there, get more hands on the farm to work so that we get a lot of people employed? Or do we say we want quicker yields and quicker turnaround? Reduce the number of people that are there, get technology to do the work. Which one would you advise?
Thank you once again. The 2 are okay, but however, let me start from the technology. Most of all the use of drone, use of smart agriculture, it is when you have the money. Most of farmers in Nigeria, including me, we don't have money. That is the problem. So the issue of technology is very good. Maybe using AI to predict a yield, using drones, maybe to do fertilizers, spread and co. All these things are very good. But where are the money for the farmer to procure this equipment? Like Dr. Lamide said, in advanced country, I'm very close to some farmers, either in UK, Europe, US, or Canada. And I used to follow them to the farm. I was surprised when I got to Winnipeg. It's a province in Canada. Every farmer there, they have their own silos. A farmer who owns a maize farm from here to Redeem Camp, you see the silos there. The next farmer, you see the silos there. So the issue of post-harvest losses has been taken away. And you see just a family of a father, mom, and maybe 2 kids, or even only 1 kid. And they want more than 5,000 hectares of a farm, or even 30,000 hectares of farm. You see tractor technology, they deploy everything, and they are monitoring from their city room. They are monitoring what is going on the farm. So it's really good in this 21st century, but we don't have the money. So number 2, it's good to open more farms. Thanks to Mr. President, at least for a couple of months, some tractors were brought to the country. 2,000 tractors. But alas, in whole Nigeria, the entire tractor we have in Nigeria is still less than 15,000. 15,000.
That is small. What's the actual number of tractors that we need?
For us to be comfortable in Nigeria, our tractors will not be less than 350,000. And we're having less than 15,000.
In this country?
In this country. If we must feed the population of 240,000. So what we need to do is the mechanization. But mechanization at what cost? You know how much a 75 horsepower tractor will cost now? Nothing less than 70 to 80 million. So where will the farmer get it? Agriculture, of course, is taking close to 70% of the population, but their subsistence farming method we are still using, and that is it. But we will continue, we should continue, or government should continue to support agriculture, because that is the only way that we can mop up most of these things. But to the youth outside there, and when I was the immediate former commissioner for agriculture in the Ekiti State, and I walked into my governor one day, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. I said, sir, we have been preaching youth to be in agriculture, youth in agriculture. I said, sir, the reality is, if we must make an impact, all our farm estates, maybe we have about 5 or 6 in Ekiti State, let's open it up with our money, with the state money, or we borrow from development partners. And we open this farm estate. We allocate it to the youth. We give them fertilizer. We did it for rice. We did it for cassava. We did it for, I think, oil palm and cashew. Then we have a new improved variety of seedlings for all this. And we gave it to them. And there was an improvement. And the new, I'm not speaking for them, but they are building on it. And that's why you see Ekiti almost all the time now. So for youth to be in agriculture, NYC, maybe you just finish NYC with 77,000. Where will you get money to open 1 hectare of cassava farm?
All right.
So that is the issue. So we need to open land for them, prepare the land, even keep them on the farm with a stipend. Thank you.
All right. So, yes. And you know, in Nigeria, once we like what you say, we begin to campaign. I had to stop him because I know if we were to minutes, you'll be hearing for president, Prince for 2027, we are coming. So I didn't want to put you in trouble. That's why I had to stop that. Now, so we're coming to the audience for you to ask your questions. And talking about the youth, I see hands are coming up. And there are many opportunities. I'll tell you an experience, 5-5. I will tell you an experience of a youth service personnel from South who went to Sokoto, and now we got into farming through that experience. That was sometime in the 90s. So the first hand that came up was the man in the cap behind. Then we have the lady in black, and we had the man in white, and we had the man in blue. So we go to the back, the lady in black, the man in the white and black. Yeah, I'm coming to you. The man in the white shirt and the man in blue.
So, Mr. Moderator, this is how we're going to do it. I will be, with your permission.
Yes, sir.
I'll be the one to hold the microphone closer to the person's
It's
mouth.
better that way.
So is the question, my question is to save time.
And please, let's not ask maximum more than 2 questions under 1 minute.
Just, yes.
No narration, please.
Oh, yeah.
Let's start with her. Then we do the 3 in front and we go to the back. We're coming to you, sir. We're taking it in 5. You answer the questions, then we come back.
Well, well done. My name is Preston Mrs. My question twofold. Number one, I'm looking at the gentleman from Ekiti who said that you are once the commissioner for Agric or something like that. The issue is this: it is a known fact that the average farmer in Nigeria is not sufficiently financially buoyant, and all the challenges that surrounds it. But isn't it possible? I'm wondering, if we can accommodate cooperation with economies that are known to have sustainable technical abilities and capabilities. We know we have technical cooperations with certain other countries, but is it possible to engage or to explore that kind of arrangement? Because they have what it takes. We have it in their societies that they can do that. But do we have the cultural decency to engage with such organizations to do that?
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, my question is to the LCCI management. In what ways is LCCI galvanizing any form of any form of influence with policymakers to ensure that there are policies that will sustain and upgrade the Nigerian farmer?
Thank you so much. The SCCI angle, I think, Digital Chair said, I'll give him that, because I want us to clear the SCCI angle, because they can't speak on the SCCI angle. They want the president or to talk about it. But I'll decide later if we should put our president on spot for that. The question, sir.
I have 2. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adebayo Temenu. I have left pharmacy for farming. Now, thank you. Concerning the issue of getting farmers funded, and most banks or funding institutions will ask for the proof of concept. Show us your history. What have you done? But there is a new development now, which is better and more creative. And it is all about asset debenture. Just like our gentleman said, don't ask me for my land or my property in Lekki. I don't have one. I have a farm, about 5,000 to 10,000 hectares. For any wise or creative funder, that should be enough collateral to hold, because that is where the value comes out from. So as long as the guy is going to put seed into that ground, you should know that value will proceed from it. So maybe from our chairman, when you are engaging with these people, both FDIs, development bankers and all that, let them understand that as long as we have the title deed or CFO to our farmlands, it is worth holding on to.
Question, sir.
The question now is to Dr. Olamide.
Alakala. The issue of cooperatives. You have tested it, it's working for you in your farm. I also want to try the same thing, aggregating smallholder farmers. But let me know, what does it take for the smallholder farmers to agree with you that, okay, we will allow you to manage farms for us? Because I don't have that concept. Mine is, I'll give you the land, I'll give you the inputs, you put whatever I ask you to plant, and I'll take from you. But it's a little tricky because at the end of the day, if you ask them to allow you manage that farm, they are not ready for that. I'm into cassava. So maybe it works only in cashew, I don't know. So managing the farm for them or allowing them to actually grow and farm for you while you have taken everything they have as output. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. No, the man in white here, so that I don't go back and forth. Then from him, you go to the back.
Thank you.
Please, let's continue to keep it short. You can give a
Good,
comment.
good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olaleko Olafare from Eden Farmhouse and Agro-Allied Services. I just want to have two questions. One is particularly on the issue of off-takers, because I am into animal rearing. I did piggery, I did fishery and poultry. Many times I have enough chicken and people around coming to buy will be giving me stupid prices. The question is, what is LICC or the government people doing, one, to take from all these small farmers so that it will be easier to going back on the next harvest? My second question is on the issue of seedling. We've all been hearing about the GMOs. I have some of my friends who are into yam farming and all that. They were deceived collecting some of these things. Now they could not produce well. Their soil had been damaged and all this. So what is exactly the government doing on the issue of this GMO seedling thing? Please, I want something about it.
Thank you. So who's next? The question. After her, we take that one, then we'll go to the next section.
Good afternoon, my panel speakers. I want to first appreciate the information you've given us so far. Well, I have three questions. First one is, are you in support of GMO? The second question is, one reason why a lot of farmers are embracing or are in support of this GMO is because of lack of storage facilities. What are the measures that we can put in place to bring in good storage facilities? Because you can produce with millions of tractors, but you cannot tell if the produce will be eaten or will be used. So what are the measures to put in place to provide good storage facilities for the farmers? And then my third question goes to Madam here. You made mention that in the international market, Nigerian food produce cannot be traced. And I'm guessing it's because we don't have a good reputation yet. So what are the measures that the Nigerian farmers or the Nigerian economy can put in place to ensure that we have a very good and trustworthy, narrative outside there, so that when people want to buy agricultural produce, we'll be the first people to come to their mind? Because believe it or not, the international market is quite competitive. What we are going out there to sell, we have other people selling it from other countries. But I can believe that some people will rather patronize other countries because of what the narrative they've put out there. But we don't really have a good narrative. So what can we do to make our country, our economy to be trustworthy when it comes to agriculture?
All right. Thank you. So we'll take this set. We'll take this set and come back for the last set.
Sorry, he was the first to raise his hands. So let's answer. Let's get.
Okay, we'll take him as the last question for the day.
He was supposed to be the first, but I didn't. But the Bible says the first shall be the last. It is prophetic. You are going places.
Thank you. My name is Sheyi Alabi, a geologist. Part of the contribution from the panelists is that agriculture is one of the way to provide solution to unemployment to the youth in Nigeria. Firstly speaking, the past government or the past CBN governor made a policy or emphasized that if you study agriculture, you are meant to provide food for the nation. If you study agriculture from university, you have no business in working in a bank. So we have to de-emphasize on people graduating from university, probably looking for white-collar job. Emphasis must be on entrepreneurship. In fact, our syllabus or curriculum study must be changed and emphasis must be on entrepreneurship. And one of the way to emphasize this is to ensure that any graduate of agriculture, be it agricultural economics or any area of specialization in agriculture, must go back to the farm and provide food for the nation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
so
you so much.
It's actually a comment, not a
Yes,
question.
not a question.
On that note, we hand over the questions to the panelists.
And before my panelists take over, the lady, they didn't give us your name, so apologies, I call you a lady. Melinda. Lillian, all right. Okay. Lillian is like, we don't have a good reputation. The world doesn't want to buy from us. Let me give you an advice. Don't tell anybody I told you. You can start from Brazil. All right, so let's run through the questions. Yeah, the first one says, how can we engage technical support partnership countries that are advanced? And what is LCCI doing? Businesses. So that question was heard. Let's start with you here. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's start with that one. Yes.
Thank you, madam. What will LCCI do, or what are we doing? Exactly what we are doing here now. Our job is two ways, two major aspects. One, advocacy. Two, business promotion. Therefore, we are doing the two together. It's very rare that we are doing the two together. We are doing the advocating and we are promoting business here. But, madam, can we do more? The answer is yes. Can we do better? The answer is yes. Can we look into the future? The answer is yes. Somebody said, just to answer along, that those who are graduates of agriculture should just produce food for us. Can they do it? The answer is yes. But do we have the environment for them to do it? The answer is no. We have to create that environment, and that is the essence of advocacy. I think I'll be talking to our chairman that by next year, we put all the stakeholders. We will not talk behind anybody. That is to say, the knowledge institution. What is the curriculum of our agriculture, those who are studying Agric? What are they even teaching them? Is it very relevant to today's? We have school of Agric. I think one is in Akure. What are they teaching them now? Is it still teaching them the cocoa of those days or the new cocoa? Those are the things we need to bring everybody together. Right? We have tangerine here. Yesterday, they told us about insurance. I said, can you tell us the insurance that is relevant to agriculture? And they told us, we need to bring all other BOI have been financing, and I was told they are financing Agric without understanding Agric. Therefore, we need to learn that this is the best way you can finance Agric. BOA, I was told they are very analog. And even if they are analog, how can we make farm crowd, for example, to work along with them? How can we make those who have the digital knowledge to work with them, right? Therefore, your question is very relevant. And the former commissioner, have just taken the matter out of us. That is what we'll be discussing. We have some of this facility in the Southwest for animal husbandry, for everything, but they are locked up. Until we make agriculture very attractive, When we make it attractive, all of us will run there. So many people will start studying Agric. In those days, banker cannot spray money in a party. At a point in time in Nigeria, it's even better to be a civil servant than to be a banker. But today, because there is money there, they are there. Now the oil something is going down, the IT is going up. It's attraction. Make it attractive, people will come. Therefore, our job is to make it attractive. And that is what we've been doing since 1888, looking at the problem of today and solving with today's solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. To make it work even better, I think we need to go beyond making it attractive and join the president in making it sexy. Sexy agriculture. All right, let's responses. The first one is, what do we have? I mean, are we working around engaging technical partnership from outside Nigeria? Is that a possibility? Are we doing it? If we are not, what is stopping us? Short response to that. You want to address that, since you do the lady at the corner there? All right. Okay.
Thank you once again. I believe number one classical example that answered the madam question is what the president is doing with Brazil now. Can you imagine? It cost me 17 hours to get to Brazil, Sao Paulo, when last I went there. But do you know Brazil is just opposite Lagos? Go and look at the map of the world. Brazil is just opposite Lagos. 8 hours. Instead of taking you to Dubai or London, from there now to Sao Paulo. So I believe that is what the president is doing now. And for you, for some of us, I think the best for agriculture now to get partnership is for you to go to Brazil. It will be easier. And of course, more of a diplomacy will attract technical partnership to Nigeria. Some NGOs are doing it. You know, MasterCard is doing a lot now, IDs, GIZ in Germany. So most of them are in Nigeria. And I used to challenge the youth. I cannot, at my age, especially in my office to workers, I say, how can I be reading more than you that are fresh graduate? You graduated 2-3 years ago. You should know more than me. I have books in my office. They will not come there to come and take one and read. So what are they doing? Is it only Instagram, Facebook that we are going to eat? We need knowledge. So I challenge most of the youths too. You need to up your game. You need to read more. So we are doing technical partnership. I have my company as a person.
Okay.
In 2018, I attracted a partnership to my business. And they came all the way from France and US.
Come back to you on that. How do you do that?
Okay.
So that we can learn. But let's take the questions round. Let's go to on that now. Okay. All right.
Yes, I was able to do that because Madam mentioned issue of the way they look at us in Nigeria. So as individual business man or woman, how do you run your business? How do you keep your record? How do you attend international workshops like this, or even local one like this? If you don't come here today, how do I know you? How do you know me? I have my stand there. Forget whether I'm former commissioner, I'm a private person. I'm into livestock, I'm into food processing. So we need to do more networking. So how do they identify me? They said they check my website, my Facebook, and they were checking what I'm posting, the way I'm talking. They went to LinkedIn. And to the youth, I used to challenge you whenever I go to universities. All those meme you say you are posting, please, that might meme you. So whatever you are posting, be careful. Because let me tell you, if you come for interview in my company, first stage is for you to pass. Second stage that I will carry out on you is to go and be checking your social media account, what you are posting. That matters. So because by the time you join me, I don't want you to come and spoil the stuff that are inside. Yeah. So that really matters very well. So be careful of what you post. Yeah. So that's exactly. So they identify what we are doing, and they say, oh, this is the type of person we can go and talk to in Nigeria. Forget about the image. And a Portuguese friend also told me that Nigeria youth is the problem of Nigeria. That all those things you guys are posting are the one they used to conclude in doing business with us or not. So image, our image, let's be promoting it. Don't say Nigeria don't spoil. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. And for a minute, when we were speaking, I got carried away. I thought I was listening to the U.S. Counselor General when you said you go on social media. So I was, but let's go. That's what they do now. Let's go to you, Dr. Lamide. And someone asked about cooperative, saying, how do you migrate from being an off-taker to someone that manages farms for people, for others?
So first and foremost, you have to decide that it is really a field that you want to get into. Because being an off-taker is easier than managing other people's farms. But if you have really decided that you want to manage other people's farms, you have to first and foremost decide, what are we farming? How do we want to go about it? What are the rules of this organization? You have to get a lawyer that will write out these things for you. After you must have done all of these things, then you now reach out to a few people you know might be interested. I say, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to do it. This is what we intend to achieve. Do you want to be a part of it? That's it. It's as simple as that. And if people believe in what you have written down, they believe in your guidelines. They believe in the laws that you have put down and say, okay, I'm okay with this. But sometimes some people will ask you questions, question your rules, question this. Okay, can we tweak this a little bit? From there, you keep growing. And then you now decide, people will now decide if they want to be a part of it or not. Some people will look at it and say they want to be a part. Some people will look at it and say they want to be a part. It's just as simple as just starting and learning along the way. And if you really, really want to do it, I can give you my number and show you some of these steps that you need to carry out just to get it done.
All right.
I hope I've answered your question.
Is it also possible that after you've created your guidelines and your business plan has been made, you begin to pitch to friends who are not into farming, encouraging them to get farms that you will manage for them?
That's exactly what he has to do, because you cannot talk to somebody who is already a farmer that leave your farm, I want to manage it for you. No, that person is already interested in farming. You want to talk to your friend who is in Ikeja, who doesn't want to leave Ikeja, who is afraid of traveling on the express from Lagos to Ibadan. We have many of them in Lagos that are afraid to travel to Redeem Camp, talk less of Ibadan. So those are the people you want to talk to. And you know, but with every document, let there be a caveat there. Let you know that it is like every other business. It can succeed. The business will succeed by the grace of God, but something can happen. It can fail. Be transparent about it. Be open about it from the beginning. Not every money is good money, because you can collect money that will choke your throat, and you don't want that to happen to you. So
She doesn't want you to say at the end of it all that he choke. All right, there was a question there about getting off-takers, and I think you're speaking to the man who is an off-taker. So LCCI now has shown you how to get an off-taker. Maybe you can start from there, but do we have any other? You're an off-taker too, so.
Yeah, I'm an off-taker, so if you have a cassava.
So he has chicken.
Yes,
okay. Yeah, so for the chicken,
that's a different
let me address the issue of the off-taking. When I think government is bringing it back now. So I don't know the state where you are doing your broilers. Which state are you doing your broiler? Ogun State. They are doing a school feeding program. During my days as a commissioner, we are part of the state that was doing a school feeding program. So we'll come to your farm, you will register with the Ministry of Agriculture. It's still the same. Because now that the humanitarian ministry, I think they are resolving them now. The federal government is bringing back a school feeding program. So if Ogun State join, then you need to be feasible. You need to register as farmer in Ogun State. Then you need to also register with your state Ministry of Agriculture. Then you need to let them know the quantity of broiler you can release in 32 to 35 days. Because in the school feeding program, in the formulation, at least as a nutritionist, I'm private to the formulation. Your broiler has to be very tender. And of course, the use of antibiotics is no, no, no. So all those things will be monitored. So how do you grow your broiler? What antibiotics or the kind of your record on the type of the way you are raising them also really matter. And for the egg farmers, all you need to do is to register with them or any of the state government that is participating. How many crates of egg? You will not believe it. When I was a commissioner for agriculture, I left Ado Ekiti 11 p.m. because tomorrow we will not have enough egg. I will not mention the farm. Even with police and soldier following me, we came to Ibadan and we need to go back to Ekiti with 2,000 crates of eggs. One of the things that killed that school feeding program, there was not enough eggs that time. So that's why they now introduce fish and meat into it.
Okay.
But the fraudulent practices killed that program. I think government are putting things in place now to bring it back. So for off-taking, that's what will help you. So go and register with them, let them know you. Okay. And for the market, produce for the market too. You can walk in to some fast food hotel in Abeokuta. Some of them are still looking for a farm that could say, we will produce for you. Some of their key officers, they will come and check your farm and see that you are following good agricultural practices. With that, you will not have any problem with off-taking. But Baba cannot come and off-take from you from Asoro. So you do the work. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that.
Something to that.
All right.
So for anybody who wants to go into the business of poultry or eggs, we get these questions. I get these questions a lot in different conferences. And I will say this, forward integration is better. Because people forget that it's not just agriculture, it's a business. And you have to understand marketing. Marketing is a huge part of agriculture. Before you start, please, if you're listening to me here and you're a youth and you want to start broilers or layers, before you start the farming itself, start with the marketing. Have a market for it by yourself because the middlemen will destroy you. They don't care. They don't care how much you've spent on your farm. They just want to get a good deal for themselves. They've not suffered what you've suffered. They want to get a good deal for themselves and go to the market with it. You start with forward integration. You have started already with backward, so go forward and start. Now, when you have built a market for yourself and it's no longer enough for you to offtake from other people, then you now say, okay, I want to go into backward integration and have my own farm. That would work for you. Now, if you're doing 2,000 broilers, you already have a market for it. If you're doing 5,000 broilers, you already have a market for it. Don't just start a business and say, oh, people told me that if I do 5,000 broilers, I will make money. Yes, you will make money. But at the end of that 6 weeks, if you don't have a market to sell it to, that's basic. And every single extra day that chicken is spending on your farm, that is, in fact, at the end of the day, you might even lose all the money.
Yeah.
And you have to keep feeding them. So forward integration always starts with the marketing aspect of agricultural businesses. Have a market for it, and then you can now go backward into it.
All right. Thank you so much for that. A lot of answers here. We will come back to you too. Okay, a real quick comment, please. Yes, a real quick one, short one.
I think maybe it's Madam, I don't know, mentioned the issue of whether they don't want to buy from Nigeria.
Yeah.
I don't think, well, I don't know who mentioned it. Okay, the pharmacist of it. Okay, let me tell you that that might not really be true 100% because I visited some markets in US, especially at for those people who go to New York. I visited some markets there and New Jersey. I was very delighted to see some of processed food from Nigeria. And let me tell you, most of those yam that they call Ghana yam, it's being taken from Ondo, Ekiti, Benue, and Co. by road to Ghana.
Yes.
I have this guys one day wearing just ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and I went by road. I'm telling you. So, but today, they are taking it. It still boils down to good agricultural practices. So if you are planting yam at Ijebu-Ode or at Ekiti, could you show me record from land preparation to the variety you planted, to whether you use organic, you know, Madam talk, Dr. Lamde talk about use of organic fertilizer. You could even get a higher value that, oh, this yam is organic. And I used to say it by the time I'm promoting my processed food, that I don't use inorganic fertilizer. I use organic. And you could trace it. So if you want to see how I prepare my Ogipap powder, I will show you how I grow my maize. Okay. So if I must offtake from you, we will rub mine and I will guide you, because as an agriculturalist and a food scientist too, on how you are going to plant what you will supply me. Okay, so traceability is very key as number one. Then number two, register with SMEDAN, register with Nigeria Export Promotion Council. All these people now, they are interfacing with your supplier, and of course, more diplomacy from our government, talking to them, because at times too, it's issue of a diplomacy. Okay. And with that, there won't be any reject.
All right. Before we go to Chairman, please can I have the mic? Yeah, I know. I want just to add to what he said about reputation. When she raised the issue of reputation, I didn't want to talk because I know we have experts here. But from the point of view of a journalist and someone who has interacted broadly, what you said about yam happens regularly with our yams. But the reputation, yes, we suffer a reputational damage, but it's not necessarily about the personality of the Nigerian. It's about the personality of the crops we export. The components in it, they don't trust it. I was speaking with a former NIDO president, America's president, and was speaking, I was asking him, why is it difficult for us to get our products there? He says Nigerians often feel we are smart, that we know the requirements are broad, that they've had many cases where we then mix the good one and the corrupt one, that, you know, those ones that are mixed with all the fertilizers and stuff, we put all of it together. We don't know that they test random. When they test once, twice, they realize that it's a mix, they stop. So it's not about the condition of your president, whether he's going to Japan or Brazil, whether your governor or not. It's about the product. That one is your country. If you want to destroy your country, it's your problem. Just bring us the goods that fit us, and that's key. Go ahead.
Okay, so on the issue of reject, I just want us to say that as we are here now, I can tell you authoritatively, Walmart is on a farm now, checking what they are doing. They came all the way from US. So I don't want to put somebody on the spot. I would have put him on the spot. I'm sure he will be shy. He takes his product to Canada every time. Produce here in Nigeria, in Lagos, and takes them out. Okay, so I said earlier on, I said as we're sitting here, the name of they are on a farm now.
In Nigeria, a farm in Nigeria.
I won't tell you the location so that you won't start guessing. They're on a farm now, checking GSS. Put the US to a farm. Of course, that's the level of in that farm. So Dr. Abode said, let's check our processes. Let's check quarantine, for example. For you to export fresh vegetables, time will come to your farm. In Nigeria, you know, I was doing vegetable 2015, 2016. You know, quarantine said, Mr. Banjoko, you need to have toilet in your farm. I laughed.
You've gone to the bedroom voice again.
Okay, you know, they said you must have toilet on your farm. You must have this, you must have that. Of course, you know, I will have all those things. And I didn't take it further. So I don't think they all reject our products. It's about our processes and levels. Times also, madam, most of us don't want to stretch ourselves. Like I just gave an example. They want to have this on your farm. They want you to have your farm, this process, that process. Most of us as farmers, We don't want to stretch. And she said something. We want to stay with what we are comfortable and familiar with, yet we want a different result. Thank you.
All right. Last, before we come back, I saw two hands. And at that, we need to be bringing it home gradually. There were two hands in that corner. I was accused of not looking. I always like to be right. Okay, just two hands. Now, those two, your question will come after you answer this last question. Now, two hands came up, lastly, from Lillian, I think. It says, what are the measures to provide storage facilities? And I think Prince Labode will be the best to answer that. We talk about the costs of, we say we need support. What do you think government can do, or maybe cooperatives, organizations, or let's bring it home, LCI do to make sure that we have where?
Okay, thank you once again.
Sorry, actually, GMO. I don't know whom I want to address. I think we'll come to you for the GMO bit, but go on.
So for the issue of storage, you know, it's not easy, even when you're paying for money for fertilizer, you know, now a silo on your farm, because maybe a site that will take an average of 20 metric tons today, with the range of 50 million naira. So if you are putting 50 million naira on silo, I mean, what is the quantity of maize are you producing? So for federal, I believe they are partnering with African Development Bank, and they are creating special agri-processing zone in I think nearly all the states are embracing it now. There will be some special center within your state where amenities will be available, like school, silos, and co. We should be on the lookout. I think they have started it in Ogun State. They've started in Abuja. They've started in Kaduna, and maybe Enugu. So
Okay.
I think the second set now that AFDB are doing with federal government, most of the state will have it now. So with that, it will help us because it will make aggregation very easy. You have maize, you have this. Those center could buy. Of course, when you register with them, they will still come and look at your processing. But if you are now within their zone, it make it very easier
for you.
And I was told that fund will be made available too if you are within their processing center.
All right.
Thank you.
I was going to ask if we are doomed because 20 million or 50 million for a 20 metric ton. I don't know how we'll get that. But with what you said with the AFDB, it means we are going back.
Special. So please, you can Google special agri-processing zone in Nigeria. You will read more about it.
So it means we are going back to the Baba Awolowo,
Exactly.
where we had farm settlements and is it estate we call them. All right, let's speak GMO. The GMOs, to be or not to be?
Or not?
No, are we to embrace? Because someone said, the person that asked the question said some friends planted it and now they're not able to have good yields. Yeah.
So the thing with GMO is there's a lot of controversy on that topic. And I will not pick on whether to plant it or not. But I will tell you this, that the academics have advocated for GMO, and they have said that there's nothing wrong with GMO. It is just genetically modified, adding what's already existing to what's already existing and creating something new out of it. So even the broilers you eat today is genetically modified. So I will not really take a stand on it because it's very controversial, and it's not something that I've done a lot of research on. But people swear by it that there's nothing wrong with it. I have had all the professors, because I'm doing my doctorate in international agribusiness right now, and all of my professors seem to agree with the fact that GMO seeds are good seeds. So, but for us on the outside, we believe that they are not good seeds.
No, but the question is, do we need it too much scarcity that we need to rely on GMOs? If you're doing organic, can't we build on that?
GMO seeds gives more yield sometimes. More yield equals what?
Less work.
More money now.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So when you more money, okay. Cassava, let us take for instance, Okoyawo and 419. There's a difference in the time. Okoyawo will take like 2 years. Am I right, Mr. Cassava? 419 will take 11 months. So this time, money. Most farmers will want to embrace what is faster and want to give them more money. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a lot of, there's a lot of politics behind
All
it.
right. Okay. So let's.
Please, on this issue of an agriculturalist, just like Tolamide said, GMO gives you good yield. That is when you follow the good agricultural practices. What happened there is just the gene of our outside people. They try to change the gene, but more education is needed in this area of for or not GMO. You cannot consume GMO and die. I've been seeing so many things that, oh, when you eat a GMO seed, it will kill the fetus for pregnant women. No, it's a lie. It's just that the disadvantage is just that you cannot replant it. For example, if you have a GMO maize on your farm, you have good yield. After harvest, that is there. You need to go and buy another seed. So that is why some farmers are saying that it will cost them more. However,
all right, can we have one house? Can we have hello? Can we have one house, please? Can we have one?
However, it's a challenge to you. It's a challenge to our seed company. We have seed company in Nigeria that was established by federal government. Then we have biotechnology and go in Abuja. They need to up their game too, so that traditionally we can work more on our own maize, on our own yam, on our own plantain. A week or 2 weeks ago, I was in IITA. Do you know that you don't need a tuber if you want to plant a yam now? From the leaf of yam, you can plant. From the corn, from a plantain, you can grow plantain. So for more education, I think some agencies need to do that. I don't think it affected the health a lot, but it's just that there will be increase, and you cannot replant it like our traditional seed that we have, of course.
All right. Can we?
Let me give you a solution.
Okay, a real quick one, please. We need to go back to my two guests. No, finish. Go ahead, but real quick. Yeah.
You know what? Look at it this way. The person who is selling the seeds just wants to make money. They want you to plant that stuff and not give. You can also do it, my darling. He spoils the soil.
No, that's what he's saying, that the Nigerian seed company needs to build our own.
Okay, since it's a conversation. Have you seen The House of the Fall of Usher? There's a movie called The Fall of Usher, The Fall of Usher.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody has seen that series.
No.
It's just a 6-part series. And there's a clip there where the guy talks about when the world gives you lemon. And the other guy responds, you make a lemonade. And he says, no, you don't make a lemonade. You make a campaign out of it. You turn lemon to this. You get Kim Kardashian to talk about lemons. That's what they are doing with all these seeds. They get people to talk about it. IITA is producing these seeds. Listen. Now, at the end of the day, they patent these seeds and you can buy it from only them. Now, they have a sister company that is selling fertilizers to you to improve the yields. It is up to you. Don't get into controversial topics. You don't have to plant it. If you think it is not good for you, don't plant it. Plant what works for your farm.
Yes.
What works for your soil. Don't get into baseless arguments, because see, arguments do not put money in your pockets. Controversial topics do not put money in your pockets. Do what works for you. Focus on your own processes. If you've tried it on your land, it does not work for your land, don't use it anymore. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So don't get into an argument on Facebook, on Instagram. Is that giving you money?
All right. Okay, so like she said, it's not a nursery. And one thing that we should understand is, imagine the major farmers or agropreneurs in Nigeria decide not to get into GMO. It means it won't work. So if you don't like it, don't do it. If all of us say we don't like it, nobody can impose it on us. All right?
Okay.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Can we have some silence? Go back to what we used to do.
That shows that we are having a good time. They say when brothers and sisters having a meeting in a room and you see them shouting, that shows they are telling themselves the truth. When I picked the microphone a moment ago,
Can we have some silence? Sorry,
I
sir.
told you.
Can we have some silence in the hall, please? Can we all have one house just to listen? Then we begin the interaction soon.
Hello.
Thank you all.
Hello. A moment ago, I have this microphone, and I told you one of our main responsibility is advocacy. And advocacy means knowledge, right? You don't do advocacy without having facts. And don't let us argue when we don't have the full knowledge. You see, we have the knowledge industry, the knowledge organization in Nigeria. All what they do is research. And if those researches are going on and we don't know, or they need to do more, if they don't know our problem, that can be what they want to research on. The commissioner have just said IITA. How many of us here today are farmers that has any linkage with IITA? How many of us? Not too many of us. Very few. How many of us are in cocoa that still know that Kring, they are still doing some research? I had the chairman yesterday. I said, these people, the horticulture people, not hot in Ibadan, I still stayed there. What are the Department of Agriculture in UI? What are they doing? What are the one in Ife? What are they doing? Until all of them, we put them here. And some of these questions that you are asking is for the gentlemen and women on this table. They are for somebody else. A few moments ago, I think about 2 months ago, we have the export group, the Agric group, and the client people. They came together and they actually discussed why is Ghana product going to US and not us. And they told us why. Snapper in your gari, snapper in your maize. How can he get anywhere? Your mutual content. How can he get anywhere? Now you have to take your yam to Ghana, transportation to Ghana. And the man taking it from Ghana off you, it will give you at a very cheap price. And he said, let us look at our problem and find the solution. It's not argument among ourselves. It's for us to gather all this information. And I'm sure after this, there's always a package. There's a report that we have. That those ones that need to go to government, we go to government. Those ones we need to go further on. We will. Already a committee is on. That this time next year, you have more organization, more government organization, more of those knowledge people, and every other people that we think they're supposed to be here, including banks. Most of the banks have their Agric desk, but they are doing nothing with it. They will get the money from government and they will go and fix it. I'm sorry, if the bankers are here, we don't know what they do with it. The one they did last, right? The one during the previous, the Akopora, the one, is it Akopora, the one, yeah, that money, it's a very good initiative. Why did it lead us? Because of corruption. But we'll not say because there was an accident between Lagos and Ibadan yesterday, that you don't go to Ibadan again. Because that one is not right, that does not mean that we cannot do it again. Therefore, gentlemen and ladies, as we are here, it's good that it's very interactive and we are very happy about it. Next year, some of these problems, please write it down and the chairman will take it from you. Then we'll look at it and do more research about it so that next year we will take about more solution about it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, sir. We just take 2 questions. We can't take any more questions. The 2 persons over there who raised their hands, and after that, we'll celebrate or let's even appreciate and identify, acknowledge the presence of one of our panelists. She is the MD of Extra Large Farms, and that is Dr. Moji Davids. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. Thank you. We've acknowledged you. We can see you, and you will speak to us real shortly. But let's take these 2 questions. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Michael, and I'm representing Cinnamon Media Limited. So my question is this: you mentioned that Nigeria has one of the lowest tractor to farmer per ratio. Now, how do we intend bridging that gap to ensure that a lot of farmers have access? Because to a lot of farmers, renting tractor is out of reach. You get, so how do we bridge the gap? And the second one goes to Dr. Olamide. How do we ensure that cooperatives, merchants, they get a fairer deal to trade smarter, like in price alerts and all those stuff?
All right, thank you. The other lady, yes.
My name is Princess Nika Desensi. I represent Hope Shroomer's Network. We are mushroom farmers. I hear about the problem of inclusion, that we want the agricultural sector to have a generational, continuity. Now, why don't we suggest to the government to make the service year, the NYSC year, an agricultural year? Because this is a sacrifice they have to make. This is a sacrifice our children have to make. There is deficit. Yeah? Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
A question, ma. Mama, please, I want to ask you a question. If your daughter is posted to Nasarawa on a farm there, will you let her go? Honest question. No. Subject the whole nation to agriculture. There has to be a balance. 1 year. Exactly. To be very sincere with that, there needs to be a balance.
All right. Okay, so the other question about tractors. How can we have the perfect answer to that? How can we get more tractors? By buying them. By buying more tractors. Who will buy the tractors? Maybe that's where we come to you.
I think on the issue of tractor, as individual farmer or cooperative, we may not be able to do so. And I agree with my president that this is where, if government officials are sitting down, this is where government could help. Because I read it, wasn't born then, during the Western region. All these things, they have agri centers where farmer cooperative could go there, rent a tractor for maybe 2 weeks or a month to go and clear their land and prepare the land. Then more extension agent available then. And I believe that is why they can build the 4-story they building in Africa with just the money from cocoa. So what government need to do is to help us bring in this tractor, maybe on state level and federal level, to partner and put it as some agric center or estate where farmers can have access to go and rent it at a fee. And also there could be a special fund for subsidy for tractor, because they could look at the number of hectares you are covering. Then maybe you can get it at 50% or 60% of the amount. Maybe that you can pay upfront, because anything that you are paying instrumentally, I know that some farmers may default and not pay again. But we are really when it comes to tractor. That's why you cannot see mechanization going really serious in the southern Nigeria. The type of tractor you use in the north is different from the type of tractor you will use in the south. So we need to look at it, and even the issue of irrigation.
Sorry, why is that? Is it because of the oil texture?
Now.
Is it because of oil texture? When you say the difference in the tractor?
It's the soil texture. It's the soil texture. For example, in Kaduna, you can prepare a land, 1 hectare of land in Kaduna with 150,000. If you want to prepare 1 hectare of land in the southwest, I bet it you will need 1.8 million naira. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Let's bring Dr. Moji Davis. You've met us in the conversation. You know the theme. It's agribusiness in the 21st century and changing the narratives. We want to change the narrative, and I'm excited seeing someone like you as a farmer. If I had met you in town, I'd have thought you were a banker. Let's put our hands together for her, please. So, changing the narratives. How do we do that? Can we pass out the mic, please? Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon, everybody. Great farmers. So I love what I heard. Apologies for coming late. I was stuck in traffic from the island. I'm so glad about what I heard, especially the last submission from the mushroom woman. You know, talking about that the government can make it a policy to send the young ones to have their service here.
Yeah.
I have them in my farm. These children are not ready to work. I'm sorry to say that one. But interestingly, there is another way we can look at it. If we're talking about, you know, advocacy, that's what LCCI really stands for.
Okay.
I was in a country some years ago, Belarus to be precise, and I always can't stop talking about this country. You know, very small population, about 7 million people, is situated in the middle of Russia and Ukraine. There are just about 7 million people. Their airport is slightly bigger than this place. You can tell how tiny the country is. But the good thing is that every Saturday morning, it is a law, even we, the visitors, every Saturday morning before 12, you are not permitted to do anything but go to the farm. And these are the type of things that we should begin to look into as a nation. Because if we are saying now we want to send the children to go and start doing their NYC in the farm and stuff, we the elders, what are we doing? Starting from garden farming, everybody has access to one plot of farm or whatever in different localities. We have a lot of estates, even here in Lagos, even in Banana Island, that if we have it as an interest, if we have passion to grow our economy through agriculture, there is something that we can do. And then talking about GMO or no GMO, honestly, you know, sometimes the doctors will tell you they want to weigh the advantage over the consequence, the benefit over the consequence. If we look at the adverse effect of GMOs, we will not even be romancing it to talk about that we want to use GMO seeds. Many of us here don't know that GMOs is playing a large role in fertility problems, cancer issues, immune problem, a lot of challenges that we are facing as Africans. And one thing I have discovered, yesterday or day before yesterday, I was in a meeting with some folks from Texas, and they have made it a law now. In Texas, no more GMO. Everybody's eating organic. So we have to return to our roots. We are Africans. This is who we are. Nobody should give us, don't plant yam as yam seeds anymore. Plant what? Leaf. How did that come about? Let's go back to who we are as Africans. Put your tuber in the floor. It will only take 9 months. It will grow. We don't have a problem. In our farm one day, a cow just excreted watermelon seed. Without anybody attending to this seed, it grew very well. We harvested watermelons without fertilizing or doing anything. This thing is easy. It's just a matter of passion. God bless us all.
Thank you so much for that. And this is how politicians feel. You know, when politicians speak in a manner that feeds our dear, you know, our thoughts. We are very excited. President Tinubu is very useless to say yes, because that's what you want him to say. But if he tells you, he's still trying, you say, he's not doing anything. But we thank you so much, man, for that. And we really, really celebrate all what we're doing. But as we wrap up, all right, as we wrap up, no more questions. As we wrap up right now, I want to find out from Prince Olabode, is it in, you've been in government, so you have a better understanding than all of us. Is it totally impossible for governors in Nigeria to acquire a minimum of 2 tractors per year in the budget for the year, just 2 tractors every year consistently?
That is why I align with the president. Governors, commissioners of agriculture, special advisor on agriculture has to be here next year. It is possible for state governor to buy 50-50 tractor every year. Thank you.
So why are you buying it? Because all what you said now, yes, all what you said now is, I've been listening to the conversation, is about the federal government, is about the president, is about this, all the money going to the states. How are we using it to improve agriculture? In Lagos, for example, we have so much money. Let's even forget the fact that we're not investing enough in fish farming. If Lagos decides that, okay, we want Osun, Ogun, Ondo, Ekiti to produce for us, and we're going to provide this quantity of tractors, can that not be done?
It's possible, and I believe that is what the present governor of Lagos State is doing with Niger State.
Niger State, yes.
I believe they want to extend it to other states. That's why the 500 billion food for Lagos was launched of recent. So it's very, very possible that they can do it. But what I'm still saying is that, and I will continue to say it, the Maputo Declaration stated that 10% of either any country budget or state government budget should be on agriculture. I'm still on lookout. In the last 10 years, there is no any state or even federal government that the percentage of agricultural budget to the total budget exceeded 4%.
Wow.
So whenever budget
want
is
to feed
released
ourselves.
for any state, as an agriculturalist, I will just go straight to the percentage of agriculture budget they give. We need to reverse it from federal or state level to increase the budget of agriculture to nothing less than 40%. When there is food, insecurity will be banished. Most of these people that are involved there, they are hungry. That is what I could say to that. So we need to take another look into the issue of agriculture and agribusiness in Nigeria. To be sincere, I don't used to be happy as a farmer, agriculturalist, and food policy maker that we are having a wage bill of 10 trillion naira to import food into Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is how we end this panel session right now. We want to thank everybody that has contributed. We just want to celebrate everybody that has been a part of this conversation. From Dr. Olamide to Prince Olabode, to, of course, Mr. Banjoko, and to you, the audience, for contributing. As we wrap this up, since okay, how many people here are not farmers? Let me see your hands up. You're not a farmer, but you eat farm products. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please, man, let's get them lands. They need to start farming somewhere. But as farmers, I'd like us to stand and maybe we'll take a picture. And please, Dr. Moji, join us up here if you don't mind. Mr. Shino. I just want us to, we're not done. I'm going to hand over to him. Yes, I'm going to hand over to him. I want us all to sing a song. There is a song that we normally will sing. It's raining right now. It's a Christian song, but we've done a remix of it. And the remix is simple. I have decided to be a farmer. I have decided to be a farmer. I have decided to be a farmer. No turning back. No turning back. No, no, we can never go back. Oh, it's already too late. Oh, come farm again. It's already too late. Oh, I have decided to be a farmer. I have decided to be a farmer. I have decided to be a farmer. No turning back. No turning back. Thank you so much. My name is Epostula Jolo Akaide. Join me on Lagos Talks 91.3 FM every morning, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. That's where I broadcast. It's exciting being here. Mr. Shino, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You will pay us 1 million naira. 1 billion. Should I share 1 billion? Oh, 500 is okay.
500.
Mr. President, sir, we'd like you to come up for a group photograph. Then we'll use the opportunity to hand over the plaques to our panelists. Yeah, President will be in the middle.
All right, great.
For balance, President will be here. Then, yeah, come here. Yes. Thank you so much. Are you done? Thank you. Mr. Please stay. I'll call your name. Then we'll get you. You hand over your Dr. Olamide Alao Akala. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Olamide, please, as she receives. Yes, this way. Thank you so much. Next, Prince Dr. Olabode Adetoyi. Yeah, the man from my state, yes. Adetu. Mr. Ezekiel Solesi. Okay, I think someone will receive for him. Mr. Ezekiel Solesi, please, someone will receive for him. Dr. Moji Davis. Thank you, man. Yes, next. Mr. Elijah Oluwakayode. Let's put hands together for our moderator. Yes, sir. Mr. President, sir. Tangerine Insurance Limited. Tangerine General Insurance Limited. Okay, Tangerine is not ready. OWAT Group of Companies. OWAT Group of Companies. Not ready. One of our sponsors, please put your hands together for OWAD Group of Companies. Another sponsor, that's good, that's okay. Another sponsor, KSP Farms Limited. Let's put them together for KSP Farms Limited. Let's clap for KSP Farms. The Tangerine General Insurance should get ready. Last but not the least, Farm Junction Nigeria Limited. Please put your hands together for Farm Junction. For a vote of thanks today, as we are rounding up, please put your hands together for Farouk Abiru, right? Farouk Rabiu for a vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for him. Please, let's clap for him for a vote of thanks, please. Please, at this junction, please be mindful of your phones. Please be sure that your phones are with you and you keep them well.
Good evening, all. In a while, it's been a journey. First of all, we thank God for giving us the opportunity to have this event. It's been a long time of planning, and that we have been able to come up with the program and to have all the different speakers that have been able to participate as well as participants. We want to thank you all. We thank all our sponsors, numerous to mention, that God will continue to prosper your business. We are also thanking all those that have been able to participate in this our event. We pray that all the lessons that we have been able to get at this gathering will be able to impact it in our business, and our business will continue to prosper. We thank all the organizers that have taken time to ensure that we have eventful program. We pray that God in His infinite mercy will continue to prosper us and be with us. So in this vein, we thank God, and we thank you for ensuring that we are able to have a good event. Please, our exhibitors are still around. Let's all patronize them, and so that everybody will be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. On that note, we'd like to officially close the 2025 Agro Fair Symposium. Please, let all be upstanding as we take the national anthem for a close.
Tribe and tongue may differ, but in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria Resolve and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you so much. The exhibition and networking continue till 6 p.m. So you are free now. You can then have another meeting till 6 p.m. Thank you.